afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the finals of the Startup World Cup Austria 2023. Can I get a big round of applause to find out how you're doing? Very polite applause. Thank you very much. I thought with all this great weather, y'all would be happy to be in here without any sunshine or whatever, but it's going to be a great day because we have so many cool things in store for you. I'm Maggie Childs, by the way, and I will be guiding you through the first half of today's event. So it is my great honor, and I'm excited to hear these pitches as well. I'm also a little bit intimidated by this very impressive jury right in front of me. So just to tell you what's going on here, the Startup World Cup is hosted by Pegasus Tech Ventures, and it is the largest pitch competition in the world, with 70+ countries taking part every year. And it's been brought to Austria now for the third time this year by invest.austria, and of course supported by us at Austrian Startups. And there were already 3 pre-events. There are 4 categories, 12 finalists pitching for a ticket to the grand finale in Silicon Valley on December 1st, 2023. So that's what this is all about. And then when they get there, they get to pitch for $1 million. Big freaking deal, right, guys? It's pretty cool. So before we get into the hot and heavy pitches that are going to decide, perhaps make and break some startups today, we will see. I would like to welcome to the stage 2 women who have made today possible, and of course, many other things as well, but they will tell you, and I would like to welcome Daniela Hauenstein and Hanna Wunsam.
Thank you so much, Maggie, and welcome to the finale of the Startup World Cup Austria 2023. I'm Hanna, I'm Managing Director of Austrian Startups, one of the organizations behind the Startup World Cup. And who of you has been at an Austrian Startup event before or knows Austrian Startups? Okay, many hands, amazing. Maybe very shortly, who are we? Austrian Startups is the biggest startup platform and think tank for entrepreneurship in Austria. We try to inspire, connect, and change the entrepreneurial landscape in Austria. And we are super happy to have launched this initiative 3 years ago together with Invest Austria, by then still called AAIA, Austrian Angel Investors Association. I think your new name is, by the way, much easier to pronounce. And the goal was to bring together the best startups of our country with 3 pre-events. So we were in 3 parts of Austria in order to find the best local startups and bring them to the stage today in Vienna. And therefore connecting them together with local and international investors. And therefore, I'm super happy that we collaborate now for the 3rd year with Invest Austria. And please give it up for Daniela to introduce Invest Austria.
Hello, also a warm welcome from my side. And it's an honor to not only welcome all our local investors, but all the international guests and investors too. I'm Daniela Hauenstein, and I am the co-manager of Invest Austria. And Invest Austria is the networking association for all investors in the pre-IPO capital market in Austria. We are the major touch point from angel investors, family offices, venture capital, and private equity funds. And yes, we are also pleased to host the event together with Austrian Startups, and because we think it very important to showcase all the great startups we have to offer in Austria, and yes, their solutions to all the global challenges, and do not miss any opportunity to invest in those, dear investors.
Thanks.
Thank you both so much. It's going to be an intense day today. It means putting your listening hats on. But before we get into the actual pitching and all of these innovations, we also would like to hear a little bit from our hosts today of this fantastic room and building, from the VKÖ, or Economic Chamber. And to tell us a little bit more about the WKÖ, Luca Sprenger is going to join me on stage. He is the head of Target Group Management at the Austrian Federal Economic Chamber. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to all the founders, investors, to the jury. Welcome to the Austrian, to the House of the Austrian Economy. It is with pride that we are now hosting the Startup World Cup, the largest startup competition. Our goal is to foster a prospering ecosystem that brings forward successful startups. So that's why I very much appreciate such initiatives, and thanks for the great organization. In this regard, now it's the right time to reach out and find new ways of collaboration and also bringing forward new ideas. In this context, Austria provides an excellent foundation for startups to scale globally. So what is Austria known for? Besides our incubators, global accelerators, regulatory sandboxes, also in the area of fintech and early stage public networks, we are very proud that we have the highest share of female founders, with a share of 39%, and we are also proud that our startup landscape is very international, with more than 25% of founders having a migration background. So, what actions do we need to take to support their growth, your growth? For us as Federal Economic Chamber, it is very important to connect startups globally and to provide them with all the business knowledge they need to compete internationally. This makes sense because Austria only comprises a market of 9 million people. If you go to the global stage, there are more than 8 billion people, so this very much makes sense. We further lobby to better the framework conditions for startups. Only last week, the Austrian government announced a new form, a new legal form for startups called FlexCap KG, and a new form of employee stock option plans. Both will launch in 2024, and we are very happy that we could lobby for these improvements. Anyhow, founders are catalysts for investments in the area of technology, art, life sciences, sustainability, and they compete in a global and competitive world. In the end, we all, economy and society, benefit from their inventions, achievements in the areas of life sciences, artificial intelligence, climate, and so forth. For us, startups are very unique companies with enormous growth potential. Their background is frequently informed by ideas and desires that have major positive impact on society, on the economy, and so forth. What you do is of utter importance to us locally, but also on a global scale. That's why we very much appreciate this initiative. So for all these reasons, it's important to us as the Federal Economic Chamber, but also for me, that we support these activities. As a first measure, my department introduced an own division called Startup Services, headed by Kambis. He's not here today, so I just had to fill in. So my apologies for the very short appearance. As a second measure, when it comes to specific services, we introduced open office hours, which is one-on-one advisory from our head of startup services with startups. We also introduced the Born Global Academy. That's an initiative which provides support startups going internationally, expanding internationally. And we also introduced lately, but recently, e-learning platform for founders and their employees called ViennaUp. Our team is next to this room and provide you with all the services, because it's very important to also educate yourself in the digital world, and that's why we set this initiative. So enough with the talking. My congratulations to all the finalists and good effort with your further progress. We will soon announce today's winner, thanks to the jury. To me, you are all deserving finalists, and all the best in becoming the next global champions. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, no pressure or anything. Just become a global champion. No. I don't know if y'all have a bracelet like this, but if you do, put your arm up real quick. Oh, so y'all do. Okay, good. So this bracelet gets you in places. It gets you places. ViennaUp is happening over the next 9 days, and the following video is going to show you what you will be able to access with this little band here.
You made it! Welcome to Vienna. We are so glad you're here. This event is part of ViennaUp, the Startup Festival. Have you got your ViennaUp wristband? Put it on and enjoy special offers and activities. Swing by the festival home base, say hi, hang out, and enjoy Viennese Hour to sample local food, wine, beer, and soft drinks for free. And have some fun while making new connections. Visit partnering traditional Viennese coffee houses to sip a free melange, meet new contacts, check your email, or just have ideas both crazy and grand. Enjoy Vienna. Go to ViennaUp.com, sign up for the newsletter for daily highlights, and we'll see you at the home base.
You know, this is pretty cool, right? No applause? Really, guys? Come on. I gotta say, I mean, for me, the most attractive thing there was the free coffee. But at the same time, the city is just so delicious. If you've never been to Vienna before, please make sure that you take enough time to stroll around and get a real feel for what's going on. Next, we are going to hear from our main sponsor, Pegasus Tech Ventures, and to tell us a little more about Pegasus Tech Ventures and the origins and purpose of the Startup World Cup, please put your hands together for Michael Lapidus.
Thank you very much. 1, 2. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. I know it's been already a long day. You might be really tired, but I'd like to share with you a really important information. You won't be disappointed, that's for sure. Startup World Cup is a global conference and competition. We are holding this event in more than 50 countries around the world, where startups are competing for the main prize of $1 million of investments, with the grand finale event in Silicon Valley. My name is Michael Lapidus. I am an executive member of Startup World Cup. In the next several minutes, I'm going to share everything that lays behind a Startup World Cup platform. But before that, I would like to say a huge thanks to our local partner, invest.austria, Austrian Startups, for organizing this event. So I would like to ask an auditor for a good round of applause to our partner. Thank you very much. Again, without you, this event won't have happened. Now let's talk about the Pegasus Tech Ventures. Pegasus Tech Ventures is a global venture capital firm located in the Silicon Valley. For the last couple of years, we have invested in more than 250 companies around the world. Among them are such big names and titles as Airbnb, 23andMe, SoFi, SpaceX, Twitter, and Robinhood. We are trying to invest more in Europe and Southeast Asia at the moment, but most of our investments comes to the United States at the moment. Would like to use this momentum to foster innovation, to promote entrepreneurship, to broaden the networking, and we also make sure that our events are well covered in media from year to year. Now let's talk about the Startup World Cup highlights. This year there were like 50,000 attendees. people who are actually attending our event. Also, we expect that this year will be the support from 1,000 speakers and judges. We also expect that the event will be covered in more than 200 media around the globe. And as I mentioned before, countries participating are more than 50 this year. Startup World Cup is not only a competition, but it is also a global conference. This is why we have been working with the top luminaries of the industry, with top experts such as Steve Wozniak, Adam Chair, Mark Randolph, and many others. I would like to mention here that most of these people are actually sitting on our advisory board, and you can name them as fathers of the Silicon Valley. Any competition is impossible without judges. This is why we have been working with top experts in the field for the last couple of years. You can see them on the screen, and the number of the judges is increasing from year to year. They are changing. We are inviting more and more candidates, but at our events, judges are people who can change the life of a startup by simple advice. This is especially important for an early stage startups, and during our events, especially grand finale events, our participants can reach them out and ask questions. This is about Startup World Cup. We are helping startups to change. Now let's talk about our previous grand finale events. In 2017, there was a Japan company called Unifa. After they have won our competition, they have grew their revenue to $30 million, have successfully raised several funding rounds, and currently they are on their way to the Tokyo Stock Exchange. They are going on an IPO. In 2018, there was a US company called Leucolabs from MIT. They have developed a solution for monitoring cancer patients. And after they have won our competition, they have successfully raised 2 additional funding rounds. And in 2019, there was a Vietnamese company called Abivin. After they have won grand finale event, after they have won our competition, they have broadened their operations to several additional countries. And last year there was a Canadian company called SRTX. Now let's talk about the 2023 cycle. This year all rules are the same price of $1 million of investments, and we also expect that there will be more than 10,000 applications from startups all over the world. But we have actually talked to our participants and with our startups from the year to year, and for them it is not just about the money, it is an opportunity to be listened and to be heard and to perform and pitch in front of the most prominent and most famous investors in the world, in the Silicon Valley. So it is very important for startups that there is an ability to draw attention to the problem that they're trying to solve. And this is more than just the money. As I mentioned before, a regional champion from Austria, who we will select today, will have to compete with other regional champions at our semifinals in Silicon Valley. Talking about the current cycle, we have been traveling around the world and we've been in many countries. We have started our journey in Czech Republic in cooperation with our partner Disrupt. For the year we have been in Sweden, we have visited Japan, we've been to Argentina, we have also had events in Georgia, in Australia, in Israel, and today we are here in Vienna, in Austria. We really hope that we will choose a really strong and prominent startup today. After Austria, we will also have several events before the grand finale event. So the grand finale event itself is a huge 3-day event. We expect and we hope that this event will have happened on November 2023. The first day you will be semifinals. Semifinalists will compete with each other. The second day it will be workshops, and on the third day it will be the event itself, a grand finale event, and the networking party. Every participant, every visitor of our conference will have an opportunity to meet with Pegasus Tech Ventures employees in person, especially with our very own Bill Reinhardt. Bill will hold some sort of a master classes about how to impress Silicon Valley investors. But if you can't wait and you want a sneak peek from Bill's wisdom, you can now order his book on Amazon. It is called Getting to Wow. Now let's get back to Austria, to the event we have all gathered here for. As I mentioned, we will select tonight the regional champion that will have to go to the Silicon Valley and to compete in semifinalists. This is almost everything I have for today. Before we start and continue, I would like to draw your attention to a very short trailer devoted to the Startup World Cup. Thank you.
Everyone, good morning. Welcome to Startup World Cup. I think, I'm so happy that we came from so many countries.
And are you going to license to some of the...
You sell to your target market.
And we build a...
As the next generation is like, I want to
Thank you very much. This is everything I have for today. I would like to wish good luck to each participant, and let's continue. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, guys. I can't offer as much name dropping as that video just did. I'm very sorry. But we do have our own little celebruni, obviously. He is from the Austrian Economic Federal Chamber. His name is Martin Kocher, and he sent us a video. Boo.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear founders, dear startup community, I extend my warmest greetings to the grand final of the Startup World Cup Austria 2023. Let me begin by congratulating the exceptional teams that have made it to the finals. Your accomplishments are truly remarkable, and we are eager to learn who will represent Austria at the Startup World Cup. As pioneers in innovation, startups play a vital role for the future development of our economy by boosting technological advancements. Austria is home to a vibrant startup ecosystem with roughly one new startup every day. We further host a strong early-stage funding and support system. The recent Global Entrepreneurship Monitor has confirmed this fact, as half of all startup benefits come from public funding. In 2022, we have invested roughly 500 million euro in the ecosystem through our innovation agencies. Our continuous efforts are dedicated to further increasing the Austrian innovation potential and improving the framework conditions for startups. On this note, we recently launched the AWS Startup Fund 2, in German AWS Gründungsfonds, where 72 million euro in public funding will unlock private investments of up to 500 million euros. Participating in the Startup World Cup is a remarkable opportunity to showcase the captivating stories of Austrian entrepreneurship on a global stage. I would like to thank invest.austria and Austrian Startups for the organization. Together, let us proudly unveil the boundless potential of innovative Austrian solutions to the world. Good luck to all finalists and enjoy this event.
He can hear you. No, he really can. Okay, guys, I got to do one more thank you. Actually, 12 more thank yous. But it's okay, because we know who these people are. So it's the WKO Gründerservices, Lucas, my man, Kambis, my man, wherever he is, then the Außenwirtschaft and Go International. They are the main sponsors of this event here in Vienna. They make it happen, and without them, it would not be possible. Then we have the FFG and Microsoft, right over here, Vienna. They make things possible, and not only for us, but also for thousands of companies in Austria who are breaking the boundaries. Then, of course, we have our supporting partners, the Vienna Business Agency, then Ernst & Young, A1, Infineon, Minted, 42 Law, Meeting Destination Vienna, and then we have local partners, Stadtrampe, powered by the Sparkasse Oberösterreich, Tech2B, Startup Tirol, and Unicorn, the Startup and Innovation Hub. I think I got everybody. If I didn't say you, I'm really sorry. I really appreciate all your help and support. Fantastic. So now we're getting to the pitches, everybody. This is what you came for, right? Yes. Okay. We have some fantastic startups here lined up for you. The way this is going to go down is they're going to pitch for 3 minutes. I'm very strict. I can get nasty if they get longer than 3 minutes. And then we will try for 3 jury questions. Of course, we don't want any fights starting out. I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna make sure there's nothing, too shifty going on. However, do pay attention yourself, because you also have a voice in this competition. You get to vote as well. Therefore, do take notes. Remember the name of the startup you like the most, and and they'll also stick around afterwards. So if you have questions for them about their business model, what their plans are, yada yada yada, they'll be around. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce the jury, and would start right over here with Werner Müller. Would you stand up and just turn around so everybody can see you? Werner Müller, he is head of scale-ups in the Außenwirtschaft, head of startup services of FFG. Then we have Renate Schutt. She is the head of scale-ups at the Außenwirtschaft Austria. Then we have Claudia Ponzotto, sorry, Claudia. I didn't mean to. Markus, Entschuldigung, Markus. Sorry. Markus Erdler, he's a business angel and investor at Angel Ventures. I have the falsche Reihenfolge, sorry. Claudia Panozzo is innovation manager at AN Startup Campus. And last but certainly not least, Pascal Gabrieli, he's project manager at Microsoft for Startups. Thanks very much. I see you all. It's not that really. But so yeah, we're having the first pitch session now. We have some fantastic innovations coming our way, but I do have one request. Y'all seem very well behaved, but these founders have been preparing for ages. They've pitched before. They're quite nervous. $1 million, it's not nothing. So please be respectful. Also, listen to what they have to say. But don't make all that much noise, and don't try to distract them. Thanks a lot. You will be able to vote at the end. So you just really have to remember the startups that you like. And again, they'll be around to ask questions. So without further ado, we have our first pitch from Circular, and Fabian Rauch will tell us all about it.
It's a bigger stage than expected. So let's start in. I need to click forward. Hi, My name is Fabian, and I'm one of the co-founders at Circular. At Circular, we are unleashing the power of AI to transform guest data into personalized experiences at luxury hotels. Our journey started in 2021 when I was invited to give a workshop about data-driven online marketing at a luxury hotel in Lech in Austria. At the end of the workshop, the owner of the hotel came to me and said, Fabian, this was amazing, however, we have a problem. We just don't have control over our guest data as it's dispersed in so many different software solutions. Maybe you with your startup experience can do something about it. So I found this intriguing and reached out to my now co-founders, Dejan and Diana, who are amazing developers, and Angel, who is a sales machine, and we went into stealth mode, reaching out to the owners, directors, F&B managers, receptionists at luxury hotels, and they all confirmed the same problem. On average, a hotel operates 13 different software solutions and stores up to 30 different versions of a single user's guest profile. At Circular, we are building a solution where we connect the most important software solutions in hospitality, merge and clean the data to build one unique guest profile for each individual guest. We then enable the hotels with the power of AI to deliver a better guest experience, increasing their revenues and saving up to 80% of admin tasks through automations. Our business model is a B2B SaaS model with 24-month contracts, and on average, we charge 1,200 euros per month per hotel. After our stealth mode, we founded Circular in January last year, and since then signed 21 hotels with a total ARR of 130,000 euros, generated 450,000 guest profiles, and seated more than 83,000 guests at the restaurants of our hotels. The market we are tackling is huge, even though we are focusing only on the luxury segment of 4- and 5-star hotels, where there are roughly 104,000 hotels worldwide. At the point we reach a 10% market share, we will have built a 100 million ARR company. Obviously, a market like this attracts competition. However, our competition is slow due to legacy code, and none of them is focusing on this revolution that is currently happening in so many industries, that is AI. In addition, we are the only ones who enable hotels to deliver a better guest experience through the whole journey of the guest, from pre-stay marketing to the right wine at the restaurant. As mentioned before, we are an experienced team of founders. Dejan and Diana have 10 years of software development experience. Anichel, more than 15 years of experience in startups and corporate sales, and I've co-founded 5 startups previously. We just closed our pre-seed round last week and are now looking for institutional investors to get on this journey with us together in order to build a better guest experience worldwide and a billion-dollar company. Thank you.
Fabulous. Jury, you all look fascinated. Who would like to ask the first question? Oh, pardon. Sorry.
Don't hand it over. Yes.
Yeah, that was a solid entrance. Congratulations, very well done. So, in case maybe I've missed that part of information, but it was a lot. So, how many countries are you already, having in your portfolio, and how many customers?
Yes. Thank you for your question. It is a lot of information in 3 minutes, and I apologize if I spoke too fast, but it's, you need to scramble it down. We have signed until now 21 hotels. 19 of them are in our core market, Austria, which just makes sense for this kind of business. But we got 2 inbound clients, actually one from Germany and one from Italy, and 50% of luxury hotels worldwide are actually in Europe. So for once, Europe seems to be a great market for our product. And yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Claudia.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Could you please just give me 1 or 2 sentences of your sales model? So how are you going to target the hotels?
How are we going to target the hotels? Also a great question. Until now, we did founder sales. So we had automated cold email sequences in order to reach out to those hotels and got quite a good response rate from this and signed our deals. However, we know that in order to scale this product, we need to be more matrix driven and build a different company. I had a different company which was an online data-driven marketing agency. So we do know our ways around this, and we are currently building a proper sales funnel where we can then improve every of the sales funnel, reducing our sales cycle from currently 62 days on median, for example, and really tackling everything on a metric perspective.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vienna.
Maybe one question about scaling your service. Does it need customization for each customer to connect to the data, or is it something that can be built out of the box?
Also a good question. In the beginning, it was obviously hands-on, trying to build the right product for our customers. Yeah, so we had to learn a lot from our customers, and we are now getting into this phase where we can actually deliver certain out-of-the-box features. So, for example, in order to implement at a hotel in Lech last December, it took us 1 hour actually to set up the whole system, and then we did where we charge a setup fee for 3-hour onboarding of the staff members at the hotel in order to deliver an impact immediately. Because we noticed from previous experiences, if the hotel users don't use it immediately, they will not see the value of the software and will not stay with you. The 24-month contracts are fine, but it's not good enough. We need to have this impact on the organization. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. Big applause, please.
Thank you.
And from the hospitality industry, we come to Femtech because, you know, diversity is key. We have Lena Graf and David Steiner who are going to tell us all about Femble.
Tech, yeah. Hi, I'm Lena. I'm the co-founder of Femble. We personalize hormonal cycle care in order to ease and prevent cycle-related issues. I've experienced it myself. Like millions of women worldwide, I was facing hormonal imbalances and wasn't taken seriously. Today, I know why. Because millions of women struggle and they suffer from the gender data gap. Women's health has only been represented in medical research since 1994, which has left a huge knowledge and data gap behind. But there's a silver lining. Very recent research shows that women who eat, train, and live in harmony with their hormonal cycle could ease and prevent cycle-related issues. So what if every woman would eat, train, and live in harmony with their natural cycle? Then we believe every woman could unlock their full potential every single day. And that's exactly where the Femble app comes in. The Femble app is the first hormonal health app that enables women to do just that, to eat, train, and live in harmony with their natural cycle. And this has 2 major benefits. On one hand, it generates much needed data for fem health, and it enhances the daily well-being of women. So how does it work? The user makes a daily check-in, and the Femble algorithm combines it with the hormonal cycle phase and generates a scientifically validated content feed with recipes, meditations, trainings, and educational pieces, of course. So when it comes to the femtech market, the potential is huge. The femtech market is set to be worth up to 1 trillion by the end of 2027. This under-researched, underfunded, and underserved market has left huge potential, and our first traction has shown that. Within only 8 weeks, and hardly any marketing budget, we got over 1,500 users onto the app and generated over 300 feedbacks from our highly engaged community. And all of that at a product stage at only 20%.
When it comes to the business model, we enter the market with a very simple B2C freemium model. However, our main goal is to collaborate with health insurances in the field of prevention. Therefore, we also set up a first clinical study in the field of endometriosis. Lena and myself, being a couple for more than 12 years by now, are being a very tested founding team with diverse backgrounds in business and digitalization. We are being complemented by Thomas, who's our software engineer, and Lena, who's in charge of the medical data. We currently raise a 500K convertible round with a runway of 18 months, and now invite you to join our vision so that every woman can live in harmony with her hormonal cycle every single day.
Well, I think as a co-founding couple, there's a lot that can be said about that. I'm not going to get into it, but I'd like the jury to maybe get into it if they feel like it. Who'd like to ask the first question? Yes, Pascal.
First of all, it's really amazing to see that you already got 1,500 users to the app. But my question is, what are the plans to get more users? We already heard you had no marketing budget, but what are the plans, the next steps?
Maybe I'll answer that because, funny enough, I had the same marketing agency together with Fabian, who pitched previously. So what we do is the femme in femble stands for female and the blur stands for ensemble together. So that's first of all. And that's what we live and also do in terms of marketing. Our content is provided or generated together with co-creators who already produce content on their socials in certain fields already. We implement those content pieces into our decision tree, so to speak, and we have a win-win situation. We get high-quality content, and we get a massive networking effect because all of those content producers already have a big following on their socials. Yeah, does this answer your question? And obviously, data-driven marketing.
Yes.
Could you say something about competitors?
Sure. Oh, sorry.
No, that's not yours anymore.
So when it comes to our competitors, there's like two main competitive advantages. We say that the existing cycle tracking apps on the market, they digitalize the space and we personalize it. And their focus lies on cycle tracking, as the term says. So, and our focus is hormonal health. So we treat every single cycle. So there's 4 phases in hormonal cycle, and they focus on the period only, or like the menstruation.
Yeah, Renate.
How do you consider other hormonal diseases like autoimmune diseases? Because they may have a really huge impact on the overall hormonal system and also cycle itself.
I'm not sure if I got the study here. We do work together with Dr. Peter Wittschwenter, who's, they call him the endopapst. So he's one of the leading researchers in endometriosis. So we are quite intensely in touch with him. So we take that into consideration. That's why we set up the first clinical study in the field of endometriosis to learn about those potential correlations. I mean, as Lena said, there's a massive gender data gap, and we don't know nothing, maybe. So we are the ones who drive into that direction.
So fingers crossed that you're tackling a most pressing issue really good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Vienna.
Maybe one question on business side. As we know, the B2C market is pretty tough. Any ideas of revenue streams apart from the private insurance companies to where to make money from?
Yeah, I mean, we are very impact driven, so that has to be said. So we were very willing to use the data for good. That's why the best way to collaborate in a bigger scaling way is with health insurances for sure. But obviously, you can also work in terms of B2B with also impact-driven companies who can place the products, for example, in our content feed in a free version. So where you can also kind of find a B2B connection and make advertisements in your app. But that's not our focus. We fully focus on making the best product available on the market to make to generate users and then leverage it to the health insurance.
But we're already testing a freemium model at the moment, and we got the first paying users.
Yeah.
Available in English, just. Right.
It's available in English just, but since we are in touch with decision makers of the ÖGK already, and also in Germany with the BfArM, we gotta go to German as well, unfortunately.
Claudia, last question.
Do you already have some experience with churn? So how long do people stay in the app?
To be fair, we launched the beta version very shortly only. So all the people, it's not significant yet, but all those women who are paying users already stayed at least a month for now. So no drop-offs yet. And in terms of downloads converting to users, it's roughly 75% downloading the app, converting to active users already. And we got 10% roughly daily active users of those downloading it so far.
Big applause for Femble. Thanks very much, guys. Thanks, Lena. Thanks. Okie dokie. So now we're getting a little more abstract. I don't understand what this startup does, but I'm sure that Markus Lebensmühlbacher will tell us. It's about holographs and microscopes, I think, but I could be wrong. Here you go. Big round of applause, please.
Oh, I don't need this one, right?
No, you don't.
Ah. Whew. Yes, now I know how this works. Thanks. Hi, my name is Markus Lebensmühlbacher. It's already complicated. It gets worse than this. And we provide a breakthrough invention for 3D microscopy. So we help companies and other institutions to see bacteria cells, yeast cells, microalgae and other things in 3D with a very high throughput, which is really a breakthrough because no other technology worldwide can do this as this degree of automation, throughput and precision. Why is this relevant? Well, think about global megatrends, including the push away from fossil fuels to renewable materials and renewable fuels. Think about the pharma industry, how everyone was looking during the COVID pandemic, how fast, reliable, and high quality vaccines can be produced. Think about good food, not just things like beer and food hygiene that depend on understanding microorganisms, but also alternative proteins, we have cell cultures, or environmental monitoring, where it's really important that when you go swimming with your family, for example, you want to make sure that you don't get sick from the water due to microalgae, for example. So all these megatrends depend on microbes and understanding them. The problem is, with technologies available today, we cannot really understand them. Just looking at the production side of things, when you want to produce beer, vaccines, or cultured meat, you have a tank, and it's basically a black box. You do not know what's inside. And this has horrible consequences. Big companies lose a lot of money, like pharma companies lose millions when they lose batches and ruin their production facility. And sometimes even people die because food is poisoned, because there was some evil contamination in it. But understanding all the time what's in it is not feasible with current technologies. This is what we offer, 24/7 real-time inline monitoring to see all particles in the production volume, in the test volume. This is extremely high throughput. We offer this as an industrial IoT cloud-based solution. So Microsoft and Aon, please pay attention, we're going to make you rich. And with 3 patents on our technology and cloud-based AI machine learning enabled technology, we provide real-time insights to the production manager and can automate those processes, making sure the products are safe, high quality, and highly innovative. With this, we address a €7 billion market. We already have customers internationally across Europe paying for the hardware and for the software as a service, and the market sees 20% growth year over year. We're doing this with a great team. As you can think, it's really deep tech. We got the inventor of the technology, who's a leading scientist internationally in the field, an experienced microscope developer. She led microscopy development in different startups. I got a background in tech M&A and venture capital. I got a professor for nano biotechnology. And my time is almost over. So quickly on the employees. They are machine learning experts, PhDs in physics, experienced in bringing prototypes to scalable market-ready products. And together, we're looking to have a really big impact and raising a seed round.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
Big round of applause, please.
Yeah.
I certainly understand a lot more than I did like 3 minutes ago. So fantastic. Who wants to ask Markus the first question? Yes.
Let's start. How do you exactly address the market? So what's the route to the market? Could you elaborate?
To keep it short, it's classic B2B sales, so it's a lot about trade fairs. Our network is establishing a network and getting known in the market. And we've already had customers who told us they're typically very technical customers, and they told my colleague, like, oh, you're that Peter van Ostrom with that publication? I've read about you in scientific papers. And so we get a name in the industry, but it's B2B sales and active outreach.
Markus?
How do you earn money?
We sell tiny devices as hardware. That's how the industry typically works. But what's unique is that our focus is actually on the software as a service. You could also say analysis as a service. So we have monthly subscriptions where we currently have a monthly fixed revenue from the customers with a certain amount of pictures and data that we provide. And I think we'll switch to images or data per given fee.
How many % will be in the subscription of your revenues?
Depends on the business model track where you look at it. At the beginning, it will be mostly the hardware, like initial test installations and so on. And in the long run, it will be about 2/3. But this is something where we'll test a lot.
Pascal or Werner?
Maybe can you give us some figures on customers' revenue and maybe also, I don't know, one unit is how many sensors and so one client, how many revenue do we make with a
that also
average?
Depends, thanks. That also depends on the life cycle stage of our companies. In the beginning, companies typically buy one device, they test it, and then we think they'll buy many more because then they don't only see what happens in one point at any given point in time, but everywhere where they produce. And I think a company like Coca-Cola, for example, they could install thousands of them and then make sure that whatever they put in the shelf in the supermarket is safe for you to drink.
One figure, how much is one unit and how
one
much
unit,
is the...
yeah. We start selling, like the prices we communicate to consumers, to B2B customers, are around 10,000 for the initial installation and hardware, but it can be lower per unit as we provide more devices.
Okay, and the monthly fee for
and the monthly fee, we start for one device at 2,000 or 3,000 euros, but then expect to go lower per device to about 300, 400, 500 euros per month.
Okay, thank you.
How long does it take and how much does it cost for a customer to implement your hardware into their production cycle?
That's a really cool question because it's super simple. Other devices like this that you use in the market are huge, really like this. I couldn't bring one, and they're super expensive. And this one, you just put it in a box, you send it to the customer, they can install it themselves, and off they go. Typically, we still visit them at the first installation, but then replacing them, improving them, sending more is extremely easy.
Oh, yeah?
And there's nobody else providing this? So you're the first one solving this issue, or?
Yes, for this market. But of course, that's not a satisfying answer, no? Now, it depends how you look at it. There's different types of microscopy and other high-throughput technologies. Other high-throughput technologies provide worse data. They give you average values and blurry data about individual cells. We see all cells in detail in 3D, and it's thousands of cells. Like that's none what the other established competitors do. This is on the after story still. And then there's about 5 other companies globally. We know them, we know their patents, we know their technology, who have the same kind of technology, but they have lower throughput, less automation, and that's where we're really unique. Like the others have a device that you have to manually use to analyze urine samples. Now we leave that market to them, and we take all the rest.
Big round of applause for Holoid.
Okay. Thanks.
Okie dokie. Now we'll be moving from the microscopic to heating, a little warmth, right? Sebastian Heid, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to talk here in the name of Atiria Technologies. We are a small green tech company from Graz. I'm Sebastian, I'm the CTO, and together with a team of 5 people, we are here to shape the heating networks of the future. So what is a heating network? Probably nobody knows, but it keeps 30% of the people in a room warm in winter. It's basically a power plant which produces hot water, which is circulated through pipes, and which is heating your radiators. So what is the challenge when talking about heating networks? Well, there is one word which describes it the best, and this is retro. We have big fossil-fueled power plants which are used with a spreadsheet like Excel, and it's guesstimated where the temperature of the water should be, plus 30%. And this overheated water is then transported to houses where nobody knows how to plan them, because there's just pen and paper or very, very old school desktop application to do that. So what is the vision? Luckily there is one, till 2040. European Union wants to digitalize heating networks, and for this they should become carbon neutral. That means small decentralized power plants will produce our heat in a cost-efficient, fuel-efficient way with 13% more users, more customers than today. And for this you need a platform, and this is what we have currently. This is the Atiria platform where you can create a heating network you can efficiently operate, you can simulate every state, you can tell the power plant what temperature it should be, and you can plan for new customers. And in the future, we want also to operate small, decentralized power plants. So what are the big customer benefits? It's about 10 to 20% energy saving, up to 50% less CO2 emission, at 20% lower operational costs. And we are targeting the European market for digitalization of the heating networks. We have 3 direct competitors around this 500 million pot per year, which are startups, 3 indirect competitors, which are big cooperatives who want to play software. And then we have Atiria with our software as a service solution, which we are aiming at 10 to 20% market share. Well, and the cool thing is that we already have customers. We know that our platform is used by them. We have projects, we have partners to further work on this. And together, we are currently already shaping the heating networks of the future and make it more productive, more cost efficient. This is Atiria Technologies.
So, thanks very much. We're in time. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Markus.
Can you say something about how you earn money and about your team?
Yeah. Let's start with the team of 5 people currently. We have people from working in the energy industry, working for 10 years in the energy industry, also for big energy suppliers. We have me as a physicist, like a generalist, taking over the technical part. We have 1 software developer and 2 data scientists working for 5 to 10 years in their business. And how do we make money? The first thing, which I've shown you here, is the customer can freely create their digital twin, their network. And when they want to have an efficiently operating system, they need to pay roughly a monthly fee of about 1,000 euros. If you do this, you will save energy. And with this energy, you also pay then a percentage of the energy which you have saved then in your network. And this sums up to what we then get as a revenue.
So, for example, VienNaP will pay 1,000 euros per month.
For just setting it up, and then for every kilowatt that is used. And we are talking about megawatts, so that's very important. We're not talking like electricity in kilowatts, we're talking megawatts. And that will sum up to a far bigger amount.
Hopefully.
Yep.
I'm a little bit curious about the customer base. So these are solely energy providers or potentially someone else?
Yeah, energy providers and planners of big architecture firms that plan energy systems, networks in Austria and in Germany. Yeah.
Maybe one question about scalability.
Yeah.
As I understood, so you don't have to install any new sensors, so you use the data that is available.
Yeah.
So you have VienNaP as one customer. Regarding scalability, are there other competitors and how you're going to tackle, like, I don't know, at least the German market? I guess there are not that many customers out there. So.
Well, in Austria there are 2,500.
Okay.
Bigger customers, which is if you do the math, it's a huge. It's 500 million euros in the entire European Union, going to Germany, where they are currently building and more of these systems. We have a very good customer base. Your question, the first part was?
Yeah, are there no competitors out there doing more or less the same in Germany, in France, in I don't know where?
No, further north in Scandinavia. Because they have the problem with the cold. And there are startups. There are 2 startups in Denmark working on this. And there is now a new startup in Germany starting to do this. But they're all AI-based, which is kind of a problem because they need to have data, which we don't need because we are fully simulating this without data, which is one of our USPs.
Max.
Is there any secret sauce what the customer can't do themselves?
The customer can provide the network. That's everything what they need to do. The secret sauce is that we are simulating everything without data. You can do this in a mathematical, physical way. And that's the secret sauce. It's really a secret sauce. Believe me, as a physicist, I
So
can
they
tell
cannot do it themselves?
No. They would like to. There are people already approaching us. But, yeah.
Okay.
So interesting. Everybody's talking about data and AI. You don't want data and you don't want AI. It's crazy.
Well, of course. Well, if they give us data, it's fine. It's fine for us. We can use it, of course. But basically, it works without data. That's the problem.
I got to kick you off stage, but
Yes,
thanks so much.
yes.
Thank you. Okay, we are now down to the second to last pitch for this first half of the event. And now we're getting into content, the words, one of my favorite topics. And Tara Merrington's going to tell us all about it.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Tara. I'm the CEO and co-founder of ProofCheck. And ProofCheck is the enterprise AI proofing platform. So what is ProofCheck and why did I bother creating this? So to tell you a little story, a little bit about me, my first job out of college was at Condé Nast. I was working for GQ magazine. Condé Nast is exactly like The Devil Wears Prada, if you've ever seen that movie. It's a very scary place. And I was working with a team to put together beautiful magazines, and someone would write the content, and then the content would be laid out in a design software, and then we'd have a PDF. And we would only be able to manually proofread this PDF to make sure there was no mistakes going into the magazine. And throughout my career, I worked in content creation in many different environments. You see the same problem again and again. Whether you're a book publisher, you're doing research, white papers, you get the PDF and you only have your own eyes. And of course, this is very frustrating work, but in economic terms, this manual proofreading is quite costly. It can cost up to 1,000 euros per project just for a single item, and it takes quite a long time. A half an hour per page or 250 words on average. And then additionally, there's people in-house giving their time to this problem. So we've created ProofCheck. ProofCheck is a very easy-to-use SaaS app. You can upload your PDF, and our AI will detect errors both formatting, visual, and typographical, of course, in under 60 seconds for a 300-page text. So this is what makes ProofCheck unique, and we were just talking about secret sauce. This is ours. So this is our proprietary PDF parsing technology that my co-founder and CTO, Alex Paris, has built. This allows us to do the kinds of checks that are completely eliminating the need for proofreading, manual proofreading eventually. We're offering also EPUB checks, professional grade features. We're working with proprietary dictionaries like Merriam-Webster or Duden in the German example. And what does ProofCheck enable? So people are happier, people are spending less on proofreading, less time, and brand integrity is maintained, because this is really important for this high stakes, high design, beautiful content that people are putting so much time into. We are a B2B business. We are currently targeting SMEs in the book publishing industry. So far, we have signed 11 contracts since our launch late last year. And why are we able to sign so many contracts? It's because we sit at a really nice intersection where we are the only ones doing the PDF and EPUB AI proofreading. This is me, this is my co-founder, and these are our backers. We've already received an initial investment from the global VC Plug and Play, but we are raising a full pre-seed now. Thank you very much.
As a media founder, Tara, my heart is beating so much. Okay, who would like to ask the first question? Yeah, Marcus.
Can you say something about competitors or software?
So I'll go back to this slide. So this is looking from the AI proofreading avenue primarily. So our product is really, really special because we're doing PDFs and EPUBs. These are the final formats that you send your content out into the world. No one who's doing AI proofreading is doing PDF and EPUB format right now. If you're working with PDFs, you're using Adobe Acrobat, you don't even have a spell check. So we sit very nicely between these two intersections where we have indirect competitors that are doing PDF. viewing like Adobe Acrobat, and AI proofreading, but they're only working with things like Word documents. Please.
So maybe if I understood it right, it doesn't need an special proofreader in the final stage. So a dumb user like me can proofread by myself the text or the EPUB or the PDF. Is it
Yes.
right,
So the way we've designed ProofCheck is we want to get rid of all of the mechanical things, all the mechanical errors that would embarrass you. So citation formatting mistakes. You have two thes in a row. You have some sort of grammatical mistake. What we don't do is check to see if your argument makes sense. So if your dissertation is bad, we can't help you with that.
Generative AI for this.
Yeah, that's someone else's problem, not mine. Claudia?
Could you please give us more insights about your marketing strategy and also about the scale and how you're going into the hundreds, thousands of users?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been focused on B2B sales so far, and they have mostly been founder sales. We launched at Frankfurt Book Fair last year in October. We also did a press launch announcing the plug and pay investment, and that garnered us 250 inbounds from potential B2B clients within a month. So right now, what we're primarily doing is just going through that backlog. We also appeared at London Book Fair again for more inbounds, and I would say we're trying to generate as much organic inbound client interest as possible. We will be opening up an individual user version of ProofCheck, and that we will use traditional B2C strategies, social media, community building for.
Yeah, I have not a question, but I have to say this is a really great idea. You're spot on a niche, and I really can relate to the problem. So,
may I ask how you can relate? What is your? I'm curious about your experience.
Yeah, we have to do a lot of content creation and double checking and proofreading and all that stuff, and it's eating up so many resources.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. Great. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, Marcus again.
Your software developers are employees, or do you outsource?
So this app was entirely built by my CTO, Alex Paris, who's in the front row right there. Everyone say hi to Alex. So we are in the process, though, of hiring developers because we are starting to scale, and the app has become bigger than just one person can handle, and we have more customers than just one person can handle. We will not be outsourcing as much as possible.
Especially not the software.
Yes.
Good sauce. Some good pointers here from the jury. Thank you very much. Any more questions? Otherwise, big round of applause for Tara.
Thank you, everyone.
I want to talk. Okie dokie. We are down to the last startup before the break. Everybody ready? Keep your thinking hats on. Concentrate. Focus. Yeah, we are welcoming BioMotion, and Gregor Weisgrab will tell us all about it.
Thank you. Thank you. What would a future look like where you would know if medicine works for you without before even having it tried on yourself, or Niki Lauda would have had a spare ear to rely on? My name is Gregor Weisgrab. I'm one of the co-founders of BioMotion, and our vision is to produce human tissues, think of skin or bone and cartilage, for example, in a reproducible way. Now, biopharma companies are already doing that. However, they have a huge problem when scaling their production, and that is quality assurance. Quick example, companies actually suffer from 20% weight variations of these tissues, amongst many other topics. And the faulty production obviously leads to a high reject rate of these tissues and a challenging regulatory approval. And it's exactly this uncertainty in the production process that we tackle with our bioprinting system with a built-in quality assurance system. See, our printers, obviously, the whole time they supervise the process, and they can change the parameters in the background in real time. So we can guarantee that the tissue that is produced on our devices is always the same tissue. And this is our key competitive advantage, and we own the patent to this. The core team is currently Diego and myself. I did my PhD at TU Wien at automation for tissue engineering, and I got to know Diego 5 years ago at the master's program, and we've since then been building bedded bioprinters. And Ella also supports us in marketing. So far, we've already validated the technologies with 2 partner universities. We've had our first 2 sales, generating over 60,000 euros of income. And most interestingly, we have 3 letters of intent with biopharmaceutical companies that want to see our technology implemented in their production line. The Explorer One bioprinting system generates revenue through the one-time sale, but also recurring revenue through consumables, the supervision software, and a contract agreement to regularly check on the devices. We tap into a $1.6 billion market, but we focus on biopharma companies that want to bring tissues to the market, as that's the exact segment that needs quality-assisted bioprinting. And we also understand that we are able to sell our first 40 devices in the next 4 years. Given the growing conditions, we also see ourselves selling more than 150 devices until 2030 and expanding the business model to our own tissues. Dear jury, dear investors, our vision is the safe production of human tissues. And today we're looking for investors that would like to go this path with us. And we're looking for an investment of 400,000 euros alongside a FFG public research grant that takes us through the next year and a half of our R&D phase. Thank you.
So cool, printing tissue. That sounds awesome. Who wants to talk about tissue printing? Yes, Markus.
Again, I want to know more about competitors and what you are doing better than them. And about the revenues, are there subscription models or one-time revenues?
Right, so let's talk competitors first. Here's a list of competitors. And where we really are different than our competitors is these last 3 areas, which is the supervised printing systems and the self-correction systems. Other competitors, what they do is they point a camera at the printer and then they tell an operator to just look at the camera feed and change parameters manually. That's not really what we consider a high throughput method. And this is exactly where our process supervision system comes in that does it automated in the background and in real time. And the second question?
Revenues.
Revenues. What's exactly the question related to?
One-time revenues or subscription models, or
right.
What do you offer?
So this is split into 2. We sell the printers at a one-time sale, and we then generate recurrent revenue through consumables or through a mandatory, like a contract, service contract, and also through the supervision software.
How do you secure international sales? So what's the route to international markets?
Yeah. So currently the first 2 devices, they're already in the Netherlands. So this is the first start. But this is a classic B2B sale. And we are currently reaching out through trade fairs, where we also have a fairly extensive network in the scientific area of bioprinting, which really helps us to get the devices validated, but also to get into first sales.
Okay.
How long does it take for you to build one device, and what are the strategies to build more in less time?
Yeah, so currently the devices, we're making them in-house. It takes us around 2 to 3 weeks full-time work, but we already have, we're already in contact with contract manufacturing partners that could either make the entire process chain available to us or just go as far as assembly, and we do final calibration. So that's our strategy.
Maybe one question on IP. So what's covered by the patent that you showed before, and what is maybe the competitors you have shown on the list? What is to them the difficulties to step into the patents you hold in the automating oversee process?
Right. So the patent actually covers the type of sensors that are being used, the process on how we use the data, on actually then going back to the kind of parameters that we change in real time. And the last thing is also how we deal with this high amount of data in real time. So this is sort of what's covered on the patent. And so this in total gives us an overview of how this process supervision system is formed. And so far competitors, what's interesting is they have been focusing on the R&D market, and not really on a production market. So these sort of things, their process supervision system is interesting if you are in the low scale applications. And we've now seen more and more companies arise that really want to bring these R&D results, these tissues that they created, to the market. So there's a new nascent field in this area, and that's exactly where we are trying to tap in and be one of the earliest and therefore established in that area.
Fantastic. Then please put your hands together one last time for BioMotion.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that was number 6 of the first 6. Therefore, we are going to go into a break. But don't forget your favorites. Don't, take some notes. I don't know, talk to your friends about it. People are here, keep it all kind of in there, because you don't want to be unfair to the first 6 just because you remember the second 6 better. So, a big thank you to our jury for the first 6 sets of questions. I'm excited to hear what they're going to ask the others. And you can also look forward to a fireside chat with 2 fantastic founders about fundraising in the US versus in Europe. So I wish you all a wonderful break, and I hope to see you. Actually, I won't see you back here. Daniel Cronin will see you back here at 3:40. So see y'all later. Ciao.
Hello, boys and girls. I'm Daniel. I'm going to be taking over the second part right now, and it's very good to be on the stage. Now, the funny thing is, in the olden days, long before the pandemic, we had this really weird tradition of rhythmically putting our hands together and by that generating a noise. You might recall. Thank you so much. Ah, lovely. That feels so much better than Zoom calls. I'm still not over them, still traumatized. So here's the thing, here's the deal. We're doing a second part together, and my beg of you would be, whenever someone steps on stage, you applaud as loud as you can. Then they do what they do, and you decide if it was good or crap. So then it's up to you if you want to applaud a second time. By nodding, it becomes GDPR conform. Nod. 78% of you say yes, and 13% have no opinion. That's going to be awesome. Anyhow, speaking of which, Startup World Cup finals, this should be fun. And before we do that, we thought it would be nice to get you settled in a little bit by having a fireside chat. Yes, and these two gentlemen are going to join me on stage now. You know what we said about applauding, so in this sense, very happy to welcome on stage of Mostly AI, Michael Peter, and of Waterdrop, Henry Murray. Come along, boys. So my mission is not to fall off stage. I'll try and do that.
Take care, yeah.
That would be. Then you'll just have to take over. You have more beard than he has, so.
I just shaved today for this occasion, so.
Thanks for sharing that. Didn't go too well, did it?
No, I'm sorry.
But I think you're better at other things. So, boys, as I said, normally moderators announce people on stage and get half of what they say wrong. So therefore, please do elaborate who you are and what you do.
Absolutely. So, hi, my name is Michael. I am VP People and Operation at Mostly AI. Mostly AI is enabling the customers to really tap into the full potential of their data without compromising on privacy. So what is the solution doing? It actually analyzing the production data of our customers, recognizes the patterns, and then provides generated AI, synthetic data, and our customers are then using that for training their AI and ML models downstream, data sharing within the organization or outside of the organization. So that's what we're doing.
Sweet. What kind of a head count are you looking at?
We are currently at 55 globally.
Okay, thank you very much. What about you, Sunshine?
My name's Henry. I'm a co-founder of Waterdrop. We inspire people to drink more water, hydrate better. We do that with very small hydration cubes that you drop into water. That's why we're called Waterdrop. What a name. And we are a Vienna-based company, founded 6 years ago. And around our little cubes, which I'll show them, come in little packs like this. This is for you, actually.
Thank you.
We built an entire range of drinkware, drink tech. So we have a hydration tracking app, everything at the end of the day that supports you getting rid of plastic bottles and sugary drinks. That's what we do.
Marvelous. Thanks. And I'll stay with you just now for a second because we want to have a bit of a look at the US market. And maybe the two of you want to give us a bit of an outlook, what your touch points are with the US market. And yeah, you've kind of had a bit of a deeper look at the US market, if I may say. Tell us about that.
So first of all, we believe hydration is a global topic. That means ultimately we were always striving for being present in the US. And we started that around 2 years ago when we said, how do we enter that market? The first thing we looked at is get the product ready for the market. We're food items. That means we had to go through all the FDA process and all of that. That was the most painful part. And then luckily, because we started as a D2C company, we were able to set up operations, set up our website, and actually started selling slowly and then scaling from there. And by now, we are a full-blown US organization in the sense of we have a company there, we have a team there, we have an entire infrastructure that we're building, and we treat it as a US-empowered own team.
Sweet. Just a bit of a head count. How many currently?
In the US, we're around 20 people.
And overall globally?
300.
Oh, not bad. What's your approach on the US?
The US market, I would say 3 things that we are looking at. One is sales, of course, with some of the biggest banks out there, a big potential for us. The other thing is talent. So we have currently 7 people in the US with an organization there. And the third one also for the future is the financing round. So could be another good opportunity for us on that.
And you just kind of mentioned the third part. I mean, obviously market sizes, well, that's an obvious one. It's a huge market. But then again, also, maybe you can give us a bit of an insight why, especially also the investment aspect is so interesting. And also maybe give us a couple of do's and don'ts. Because, you know, there's the picture that people think they go along there and they pitch once and they get a ton of money and ish. Probably went slightly different. So give us a bit of a look on that.
Yeah. I think from an investment, comparing it also to Austria, it's just bigger, faster, and more competitive at the end, most probably as well. I mean, looking at our own investment here in Europe, we had the Series B of 25 million. Looking over the pond to our US competitors, they have an investment of 50 million. So you can see and already feel that's a different, beast over there, and that's definitely one of the opportunities, but also one of the challenges. You need to go all in or leave it out.
I liked also the aspect of competitiveness, and I think it goes both ways, right? It's not just like one or two investors where you take it or leave it, but there's quite a few different options that can be brought to the table. What about you guys and girls in the US market and some of the learnings there?
I would think I can highlight three areas that we saw are different. First of all, the sheer abundance of capital and the possibilities to finance are just different. It's complex, you have West Coast, East Coast, everything in between, and I would say you have to navigate that well. It's good to have partners there. The second, I would say, is specialization. So we came with a product, and we went out there and said, we're pitching a hydration ecosystem, everything that helps people drink more water. And US investors, the landscape is so competitive. For every niche, there is a big player who's putting big money down there. So when we sat down with big investment firms, long-term, short-term venture capital, they're like, what niche are you in exactly? Because every niche is huge. And we're like, we're in soft drinks, we're in hydration cubes, we're in energy. And they're like, you're absolutely crazy. You have to be very crisp about your positioning. And the third element, which we found very helpful and is kind of sometimes different here, is governance. So the expectation to governance of your organization is high. And there's a lot you can learn actually from implementing a lot of the US practices on governance.
Thanks for highlighting that. Now I'd be curious if you'd have to compare this to the Austrian markets, just so we kind of get a balanced out. So we understand, okay, there's more capital, you have to specialize, there's more competitiveness. What about the Austrian market? What's your look on there? Whoever feels obliged.
So I can start. We actually, from the beginning, we did start here in Vienna, but we were lucky enough that we started building a network when it came to investing and raising that was fairly international at the beginning, because we were in food and beverage. There was a lot going on in Germany, so that was kind of our first anchor point there. And by coincidence and network, we actually got in quite some people from France, what was great. And I would say there's no limit, even if you're in Vienna, just starting out European. That's the big asset I would say we have from here. So I think navigating through in Vienna and starting here, you'll probably be able to handle that pretty fast, hopefully, because everything's very connected and everything is still happening in Vienna. Sorry for everybody who came from other Bundesländer today, but that's my view on that.
I like the international way of saying it. Sorry for the people from the other Bundesländer.
What is Bundesland? I don't even know. I should know, right?
Federal states.
Federal states.
Most probably.
Sounds too big.
Now that's what I'm half Irish, half German. I can't say that on stage, but if that's what you think and they laugh, it has to be right. Save us.
No, I think I can just echo what he said. I mean, not only Bundesländer, but also about founding and starting in Austria, I think, or in Vienna in particular. I think we do have a pretty good landscape and ecosystem when it comes to pre-seed, seed, Series A, some Series B. Beyond that, it's getting more and more challenging, and you also then need to widen up your scope.
Please. I actually can add something. I think we found it easier, I think. We didn't start in the US, but I think it's easier to raise pre-seed rounds and angels here because everything is very condensed. If we were to start in the US, you would have no idea where to start. Like, where do you want to go? You go to LA, you're like, where am I going tonight? Try to find an angel investor. That's tough. It's available, but I think that's actually an advantage we have. So you can start out probably faster here.
It's like, sorry, but it's like you're just one person in the pond. It's like the actor, the actress going to Hollywood and trying to get into the big movies. That's somehow how you feel in the US from time to time.
I mean, that's a great picture to paint. Now, I'm curious, but when is the right time for a startup founder or a group of startup founders to consider taking that move? And if you'd have to write a checklist, when's the first time you started to master your lines or call the agents, if we want to take that Hollywood analogy? Is it when you want to take up acting, or you go like, let's go to Hollywood, or is it when you've done a couple of movies here and have some standing, let's try and translate it into the business world, no pressure?
You want to go first?
I'm thinking, actually, it's a hard question. Well, I think it's very dependent on your organization, on your product. Number one, like how lean can you actually enter? Are you just setting up a website and trying to like test, or do you have to go through FDA? Do you have to set up infrastructure? Do you have to set up a team? Do you have to set up a company? Then I would do that rather late, because it just absorbs a lot of capital, and you don't want to fuck up. You don't want to. You don't want to go into all the legal requirements. So if you can go lean, I would say the earlier the better. If you have quite some capital, and I know capital is expensive at the moment, I would rather wait until you're really ready.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's go all in or not at all. So rather first be proven here in Europe. And if you really have the resources, the capital to really go all in, then take the move.
And speaking of capital, and speaking of that, you just said capital is expensive and so on. Did you maybe observe some differences in the way, let's say, a due diligence is made, or the way like risk awareness and fear is taken upon by investors? I know the overall investment landscape has changed quite significantly in the last two years or something, but still, have you been able to see some differences between the US and here?
Yeah, I think on the one hand side, on the US, there is so much undeployed capital, so that by itself already let the investors be maybe more riskier or more open for taking more risk. On the other side, especially being from a deep tech startup, they are also much deeper into the deep tech world, understanding the technologies, and also see the vision behind that. So it might appear for us from time to time, oh, wow, you're taking a big risk. But if they get the vision, maybe it's not that of a big risk.
Mm-hmm. What's your thoughts?
I think in the US, the appetite for risk is bigger, and everything is, you get into conversations really fast, and of course, everything is amazing. But don't be fooled by that, because when it comes to real due diligence, they're really good at it, and they know exactly that, because there's so many comparables, there's so many cases, and people have been in so many investment firms and funds or former entrepreneurs. Actually, I would say it's not easier. It's probably even harder and more competitive. Just have to be aware of that, because it seems easy. All doors are open at the beginning, and I would say that's definitely something to take into account.
And you just kind of said something slightly on your back foot, but you said everything's always amazing. And what I like with it, I heard a couple people mumble and laugh, but just enlighten us there. There's quite a lot behind that one sentence, right? What that I mean is when an American says everything's always amazing, it's basically shit, right?
Could be. I mean, take this example. Sorry, I go to an investor meeting, you pitch them the product, with all these different flavors. Some like them, some don't. US, because it's just a culture, would just say, that tastes great, it's so good. Oh my God, it's so amazing. You go to an investor or to a buyer somewhere in Germany, you say I don't like that. What's that? Bring something else, and you will only find out later in the stage, later in the stages, and I think that's just something you just got to be aware of.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a valid point. I see you happily nodding.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think these cultural differences are definitely something you need to navigate when going to the US.
And maybe speaking of which, I mean, first of all, a quick question I have is, do you need boots on the ground if you want to go to the US? Do you need a US entity?
Well, I mean, can't speak for all industries. In our case, yes, our retail partners require that. Boots on the ground and entity, I think, are two different things for me. But boots on the ground for us, definitely, because we're creating consumer touch points, and it's all about communication, sales, and marketing. So if you try to do that remote from Europe, I think you're going to have a very hard time.
Yeah, I agree. You need to split the two things. Having an entity and having boot on the ground definitely helps to have someone there going to the customers.
And now we have quite a few aspiring founders, early stage founders, and people who are ready to dominate the markets. No pressure. What kind of an advice would you give them? What was one of the key learnings? I don't know, kind of like the typical stuff, but really give us some exciting stuff. A couple good ones.
I think from my point of view, it's go all in, focus, and don't spread yourself too thin. Get help wherever you can get help. Don't let the complexity and the bureaucracy of the US market overwhelm you. Get help there and focus on the product, focus on the market.
Thanks for that.
I'd say go there as fast as you can. Spend some significant time on the ground yourself. 2 months, 3 months, understand your customers over there. Don't think you can manage it from here only because it's all digital. The second thing, which I think is hard, is actually bringing in management on the ground. So I've heard a lot of different scenarios how people recruit a GM, for instance, on the ground in the US, and my advice would be very careful about that and try to understand as much as you can, and maybe do that at a stage where you think it's right, because it's very expensive. US top management is just very expensive. Packages are really big, and at the end of the day, you still have to be sure that you're executing on the strategy as how you envisioned it.
And maybe last question, because both of you are kind of on board of rocket ships, where there are a lot of things happening every day, and I think that can be sometimes overwhelming. And I'd assume every day you have moments where you're like, oh, wow, that's mad. How do you keep focus with both feet on the ground? What keeps you in line? What do you do? Do you do sports? Do you go out running? Do you do yoga? Or you just wait for the burnout? What's your approach?
It's nature and kids, and that's how you get back on the ground.
And yourself?
I'm probably not the best example, but I can say what I always enjoy, and maybe to the US GM question, we kind of split our time, so as founders, we're trying to spend as much time as possible in the US, so we don't have a local GM at this point. In this case, it's me. And the lifestyle in the US, if you're in the right place, can be really good for health and balancing. Like, we have our office in Miami.
Oh, poor lad.
And also the West Coast, where everything is about sports, good food, getting balance, and making that right. And actually enjoy that a lot. So every time I go to the US, I come back invigorated.
Ah, nicely put. So what have we learned? We've learned, okay, if you want to start off in Austria, that's quite good, because there's a lot of early ways of getting initial capital, right? We said it's a very condensed market. Build your network here. However, we understood if you want to go to the US, try and go there early, go all in. However, have razor-sharp focus, but understand you're going to Hollywood. That means you're going where everyone else is going, and if you're a crap actor, don't go. So kind of do focus on that. We learned that Bundesländer means federal states. That's also a great learning. And we also understood go fast and spend significant time there. We understood that there's a lot of undeployed capital there, that however everything is amazing at first point in time, but they do have a bit of a due diligence. That's quite nasty. We also understood you do need a lot of networking, specialization, and at the same time, if you want to have the focus and be able to go for the marathon long term, go outside, make babies, and make sure that US entity is in Miami. That's what I've learned so far.
That's Chat GP Daniel right there. You have machine, have human. Congratulations.
So in that sense, thank you very much, boys. It was a pleasure. Might want to tell us what that is.
That's a double wall, all-purpose, 1.2 thermal bottle.
You've never been asked that one, right? Okay, that sounds like a pipe bomb if you pitch it. But in that sense, thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure. Take care. Thank you so much, boys.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Cheers, mate. So, wheat. You learn new stuff every day. But only really make babies if you figured out how the whole thing works. Who of you has kids? Raise your hand. Okay. Who of you has ever seen kids? Good. Kind of that size, really cute most of the time, however, really strong opinion. Just saying. Anyhow, let's move on to the next step, because we're getting back to pitching part 2. As ever, 3 minutes pitch, 5 minutes Q&A, and you know we talked about you greet them on stage, you applaud as loud as you can, then they do their thing. And if it's good, good. And if not, well... Good. Should we go pitching then? Oh, loving the energy in the room. 3 out of 10. Oh. Good. Enough. We're behind time. Love you. Let's move on to the first pitch. And the first pitch is from a company called Rebuild. Come on stage and give it up for Rebuild. Oh my goodness. You're giving me anxiety.
This is not the product. I'm just putting this here and bringing it in later.
Got it. So make yourself comfortable. Whenever you're ready, stage is yours.
All right. My name's Paul. I'm a construction manager from Vienna, and this is me talking to you right now. Then this is me out on a Saturday night, maybe having a couple drinks, maybe a couple too many, and then obviously this is me on Sunday morning, hungover on the couch, longing for some carbohydrates to soak up the alcohol in my body. The process then is quite easy. I can just hop onto an app, look at all the foods there are, pick a food, pick a restaurant, track exactly where the food is, where the restaurant is, get it delivered to me, and all that happens paperless. So far, so good, right? But then this is me, Monday morning, back at work again, on a construction project. Making phone calls to suppliers is still the state of the art. I have countless emails, and I have a ton of paperwork. What I brought here to you is really live from a customer. This is just 1 month of paperwork from the average residential housing project. It's unbelievable in the year of 2023. And at the end of the day, I'm just wondering, did I check exactly all documents? Did I order enough or did I order too much? And all that data is just in there. Come into the picture with Rebuild. What do we do at Rebuild? It's quite simple. We get all the data from your material procurement, either directly through APIs from suppliers, or we can just scan it via upload. Then we validate everything for you. That means we save a day's work of time every single week for every construction site manager. And the third part is benefit. And what does benefit exactly mean? For us, the value proposition is quite simple, and it's saving 5%. We say we can save every single construction company in the mid-market 5% of material spending. Now you might be wondering, 5%, that does not sound that much. Well, you have to put it into a bigger picture. Construction Europe is a $1.5 trillion euro market. So it is the largest single market there is in this continent. Materials of that make up 380 billion. And so saving 5% not only means saving 19 billion euros every single year, but it also means saving a ton of CO2 emissions. The market for software is 31 billion in the construction industry. And this is our team. We're 3 founders with a diverse background, either in construction or in technology. And we also have some great investors, for example, the founder of PlanRadar, which is the largest construction tech in Europe. Where do we stand right now? We're the leader here in Austria in the market. We're also already active in Germany. Some of you might recognize some of these logos. And we're now expanding to Poland. We're looking for you as investors for a growth stage, and we're looking for you as partners or smart minds for our team. Thanks a lot.
Nice. Right that way.
Really impressive pitch. I love it.
Thanks a lot.
Could you reveal a little bit more in the world of KPIs, facts and figures?
Sure. About our startup or about the value proposition?
About both, I would say, because yeah.
Okay, so we have a very specific ICP, so that's mid-market construction companies with revenues between 10 million and 150 million in the trade general contracting. Of these, in Austria, there are around about 5,000 to 7,000 companies, and of these 5,000 to 7,000 companies, we have about 30 that are already live and active. These companies have, on average, about 40,000 documents per year, and our business model is consumption-based. So to slow that down a little bit, one company, 40,000 documents per year, we charge 80 cents per document processed. That means an average ICV of obviously then 32,000 euros. That is the potential for a set customer. We have customers in Austria and in Germany that are already live, and we can see a revenue expansion month over month of about 150%.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Maybe on the other side, the B2B customer base, how do you onboard, I would say, the big suppliers, and how you're going to attack them in terms of marketing?
Yeah, so that is a very important question, because the question is always, how does the data actually get into our system so that we can process it? And we obviously have this one site where we do API or EDI connections for most Austrian suppliers, because they're still a bit further behind on the IT side. And a connection to such a supplier takes about 1 to 3 days, depending on the API, then the state of their API. The difference between us and some competitors of ours is that we can literally get all the documents in here. It doesn't matter if you get them in a machine-readable way from your supplier through an API, or if you just get them through a PDF or even a piece of paper. With new technologies that have just arisen in the last year that make it possible to get so much better on OCR scanning, it really doesn't matter the type of data format that the supplier provides.
You mentioned the competition. Who is your competition and what makes you better?
I would say there are two sets of competition. There's global competition. There's obviously Inframarket in India, which is the largest company here. There are multiple unicorn, amazing company. There's Kojo in the US, an Andreessen-backed company. And then there are a couple of early-stage European companies. Because the construction markets are constructed in different ways on different continents, we do not believe that there will be immediately a global champion. We think that the DACH region, which is the biggest and most important region in construction Europe, there are two early-stage companies from Germany, one of them focusing solely on APIs, and one of them focusing solely on a buying app, but both of them going after the large caps, the Strabags, the PAWs, the Züblins of this world. We're going after the mid-market companies. And so we think that by winning DACH, you can win continental Europe, and then the continental champions will battle it out upon themselves to reach global championship.
Thanks for that. Marcus, were you also building up for a question, Renate?
No.
Okay, sorry. Marcus, I thought you were.
Is it about organizing the documents and finding them, or analyzing them and getting out some
It is a
special
mixture.
data?
So the immediate value proposition is analyzing them. Because what I have to do right now, you see this folder over there, I have to get all the deliverables and compare them to all my order confirmations and all my invoices. So that is something a typical foreman, Polier in German, or site manager, which is the Bauleiter, do at least for 1 to 2 days a week. They just sit in a container with a piece of pen and go over these documents check by check. And that is the immediate value proposition. Obviously, these documents will get digitized over time. And so the long-term value proposition is, what can you derive from the data? What is the application you can set upon this data layer? That means there are recommendations for you. How much should you order? When should you order? Where should you order?
How much is a typical client paying per month?
It depends. The clients start obviously with a pilot project. So the onboarding process goes very easy. You just start uploading the documents, and on your first month, you might pay 30 to 50 euros for that project. In the second month, you might already pay 200 to 300 euros. And if you then scale it through your entire company, obviously the number goes up, as well as our cloud capacity.
Thank you. 50 seconds if you have another question.
Maybe some figures, revenue stuff.
Yeah. We don't share the revenue yet. The goal, obviously, till the end of the year, where we're planning to raise our seed round, is to go to middle six-figure ARR. So to get to about 500K in annual recurring revenue by end of the year, beginning of next year.
30
How
seconds.
many people workforce?
We're 9 full-time employees now.
Thank you very
mostly
much.
tech, and all the tech is done in-house, Marcus.
20 seconds for a quick one. In 3, 2, 1.5. 1. Let's just stare at the audience for 10 seconds now. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take the folder with you.
It's giving me anxiety, that thing alone. Yeah, not bad for his first pitch. No, I'm just kidding. That was an awesome pitch. I mean, you can see he knows what he's doing. That's nice. Probably not the first pitch. Who of you has never pitched before in your life? Just out of interest, raise your hand. Good. I know half of you going, I hope he doesn't want to do something nasty. No, I don't. But for the fun of it, just if you've not pitched before, take a timer, set it to 3 minutes, and try and tell someone something you believe in, and you'll see how short 3 minutes are. Just try it out. Good. Let's move on to the next pitch. Pitch number 8, and that's called Ruth. Marvelous. Welcome on stage. Hello.
Hello.
Whenever you're happy, stage is yours.
Great. Our vision is to disrupt the recruitment industry with a new way of utilizing psychological data. This is me, just after one of my first job interviews. And I remember my mom asking, darling, how did it go? And I was like, Mom, I'm getting this job. I totally felt that connection with the HR lady. Do you remember when you had that click at your job interviews? We are on a mission to prove that that click is not a gut feeling, but a hard science. To do so, we created Ruth. Ruth helps you make better hiring decisions by taking a different approach to hiring. Besides an in-depth evaluation of a candidate, Ruth takes a 360 approach and evaluates everyone in the organization and the organization itself. So this enables Ruth to make contextual decisions about candidate-employer fit. Ruth is currently at the stage of a functional prototype and consists of the following key functional features. Augmented matching engine, which predicts the suitability between the candidate and the employer, but also recommends one to the other. And the other one, PsychID tool, which is a universal digital proof of one's psychological identity. Our business model is based on a commission model. As Ruth is a B2B solution, services are charged to the employers who hire for executive positions. We operate in the recruitment industry, where assessments play a crucial part. One part of the assessments industry, the personality assessment industry, is currently growing at a compound annual growth rate of 12%. And if we focus only on English-speaking management job positions and take just 1% of our target market, we estimate to be earning more than 80 million euros in 5 years from now. As you see, there are others that already exist. Some of them are good at matching by keywords, some of them are good at persuading, and some of them are good at scraping your CV information. But only Ruth knows what's good for the candidate and the employer, and knows it now. We have a clear go-to-market strategy. We'll focus on niche executive job market that can be easily transferred into clients. Our annual data shows a relatively promising business model with break-even expected in year 2 after launch. We've already committed certain funding and plan to fund the rest through venture capital and public funding. And so far, Ruth was recognized as a startup finalist in various startup programs across Europe. This year, as a part of Science Park Graz family, we plan to focus on further solution development and customer growth. And our team consists of people who already have experience working together. What unites us is a strong desire to make an impact in our business domain. And at last, I invite you to join us in our vision to disrupt the recruitment industry with a new way of utilizing psychological data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here.
Your part.
What's your go-to-market strategy, especially in the DACH region and then also in America, considering the talk we had before?
The challenges there. Great question. In terms of, I think that I've in a way touched it in one of the slides, but in terms of, I'm sorry. In terms of the marketing strategy, as you saw previously, we at first planned to focus on the markets that we're in a way familiar with, as Ruth is actually a spin-off company from the previous company that I co-led, a headhunting agency specialized for the IT market. Therefore, our strategy is oriented predominantly towards B2B and tech market B2B managerial activities where we already have network and contacts, and then plan to scale it towards different but still comparable markets such as the US one. I also pointed out that the initial focus will be on managerial positions due to the fact that it, in a way, makes the most sense to go towards the ones that really make a difference in hiring processes in terms of Ruth's activities. Yeah.
I have a specific question regarding the product. How do you encounter gender bias, and can you have an eye on the gender pay gap, stuff like that?
Great question, as this is something that Ruth definitely tackles quite deeply. As I communicated, I believe, through the entire presentation, Ruth deals with psychological data, meaning that we actually rely on any commercially available psychological tool that provides information about someone's not just personality, but also values, interests, or cognitive abilities. And with collecting and analyzing those data, we are in a position not just to prevent gender biases, but to really encounter for the data that are relevant for hiring success, and not the ones listed in the competition slide related to scraping CV information or insights about previous experiences or skills. I hope I managed to answer the question.
Amazing, thanks.
Kathy?
Welcome.
Any other questions, please?
Can you tell a little bit more about earning money? Subscription models, how much does it cost? Who is paying?
Yeah, so Ruth is a B2B solution. Here it is. A B2B solution, and is focused on, at first, will be focused on the managerial roles, meaning that a company in a need for a particular job position will actually be in a position to pay for a commission model, meaning that in the first stages, we'll focus only on selection activities or providing those matches. And in the later, or as the solution develops, we're actually digging or want to dig into the sourcing market activities. In terms of the amounts, it is definitely super comparable to something that both recruitment agencies but also different job portals are charging. Therefore, we also have, in financial terms, some kind of better position than anyone doing those matches individually or by hand, in a way. I hope I managed to answer the question.
Do you have subscriptions, or
yeah, the commission model is here, meaning that at the moment you, for example, as a company, have a hiring need or want to hire an executive within your company, you just log into the system, provide the information about the route, and you'll be charged based on those business models a particular fee. At the moment you fill in the position or manage to find a great match for your needs, at that moment the cooperation with routes stops. This is the type or the way how we cooperate with the companies right now.
so it's one-time fees?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. 1 minute.
Maybe one word on marketing strategy. So how going to find your customers? As I understood, it's industry agnostic. So maybe can you give some insights on that?
Of course. In terms of current activities, we're currently predominantly using our network, meaning the companies that we've already have contacts with throughout the cooperation through the other company that we ran so far. In terms of future, the plan for the future, the answer actually is twofold. On one side, we definitely plan to focus on B2B sales activities, meaning collaborate with or initiate cooperations with other companies throughout various fairs, and on the other hand, some kind of marketing campaigns. And on the other hand, definitely certain conversion is something that is expected through candidates that are already using the platform, meaning they're the ones who can easily become companies or the ones that are in a need for hiring. I don't know if I managed to answer the question here.
More or less.
10 seconds.
Last one. How do you tackle internationalization? What are the target markets?
In terms of internationalization, at this moment, we're focused predominantly on English-speaking markets. However, as we're working with psychological tools that are available globally, meaning already localized for a particular country, we actually do encounter that through their activities.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Welcome.
Time's up. Thank you so much. Wait, haven't announced you yet. Okay. I'm happy to have on stage the next team's called Multivative. There you go. I hope I didn't mess up that name too badly. It's a complicated name. Okay. Make yourself comfortable, and whenever you are ready, the stage is yours.
Electronics prototyping sucks. I'm Elias, co-founder of Multivative and hardware engineer. And I can tell you firsthand how frustrating and annoying the prototyping of electronic devices is. This is a PCB, the heart of every electronic device. Manufacturing it is the main bottleneck in electronics prototyping. You can either outsource the prototyping process, waiting weeks to get your prototype, or you can invest hours into manually produce them on your own using multiple different machines. I have gone through this many times, waiting weeks for my prototypes just to find out I made a tiny little mistake in my design. And here we go again, another prototype and another round of waiting. We solved this issue by automating the production of assembled PCBs. With our machine, with our solution, developers can get their testable prototypes within minutes. They just have to load the manufacturing data, insert the raw PCB and the components, and the machine will then automatically dispense solder paste, assemble the components, and solder them without any human interaction needed. Our solution is easy to use, provides testable prototypes fast, and therefore our customers can reduce their time to market. And that's exactly what differentiates us from our core competitors, either prototyping service providers or the manufacturers of single machines per production step.
Every year, companies spend more than 30 billion euros on electronic prototyping worldwide. In DACH region alone, we see a potential for selling more than 4,000 of our machines. And this is just the initial market. Currently, we are testing our product together with our first paying customer, Pira Innovation, and will launch in 2024. We were annoyed about the current prototyping process already 8 years back. In the meantime, we've done a lot of research and spoke with many developers. With this deep understanding of the needs of our future customers, we were developing our product besides school and university. Now, our team is ready for the next big step, bring our solution to the market. For this, we need investment of €500,000 in order to start production and bring our machines into the corporate development departments and drive their hardware innovation. We and many developers we spoke with believe that our solution could be a game changer in electronics development, and we invite you to be part of this exciting journey. My name is Claudius, and I thanks a lot for listening to us.
Thank you. Right that way. What have you got?
That's an assembled PCB produced with our machine yesterday in the evening.
What's a PCP? Is that drugs?
It's basically the heart of... I wouldn't smoke it, but...
You really call it PCP?
PCB.
PCB. I understood PCP. That's something else. Okay. Let's pretend that never happened. Let's get the more sophisticated. PCB is what?
It's the heart. It stands for printed circuit board, and it's the heart of electronic devices.
Got it. Thank you. Let's start with you, and then we'll go over to you.
Who else is elaborating on that, talking about competitors? Who else is there?
We have two groups of competitors. On the one hand, there are the indirect competitors, which are prototyping service providers that produce the prototypes for you, but that takes long and is often complicated. It has to run through the sourcing department of the company. And the other option are direct competitors, other machine providers, like, for example, Fritsch and LPKF in Germany. But the difference is that they have one machine per production step, and we have one machine that automates the entire production and can handle all the steps. And so it's much easier to use, also if you don't do that regularly.
Got it.
Could you please comment a little bit more on your sales cycle first, as far as you know it, or you figured out quite now, and more on your target group and how to address them?
To the target group, we target companies with known electronics development department. They should have at least 20 full-time developers, so the investment fits for their budget. And to the sales cycle, we are very at the beginning. We have our first pilot customer since start of this year. We want to start in DACH region. We will and then expanding afterwards by using other companies that help us in those markets in the rest of the EU and North America.
Thank you.
Always good to see some FFG logos on the slide decks. But maybe can you give us some insights on the business model first? So is there also some kind of recurring revenue involved? And maybe then also if you're going to plan to build the machine by yourself, just for the prototype, or is it also for serious manufacturing?
I'll start with the last part of the question. We have outsourced the most of the production of our machine, so we only have to do the final assembly and quality assurance. So, and we can either outsource more work of it. So that is quite scalable. And to the first part of the question was
other recurring revenues also involved, or just initial costs?
Currently, our first and initial product is the machine that we sell once or with leasing contracts, and then we have service contracts afterwards. But we think this problem and the solution much wider in the future. We want to not just provide the machine, but to provide a solution that is tightly integrated into the development processes of the electronic companies around the world. So we have plans and ideas how we can produce and generate recurring revenue by adding additional services left and right to the machine to fit it perfect into perfectly into the processes.
Okay, but right now it's just initial costs, the machine.
And
you
the
sell
service,
the machine.
and the service contracts, right?
1 minute.
Where is your focus regarding the PCB board? Is it especially on the mass production that we all have, like in all the devices, or is it especially in the high technology area, like in the health industry?
There we don't have a focus, but we only produce, with our machine, we only produce prototypes. But that's not specialized for one special target group.
Thank you. 38 seconds for a quick one, if you like.
Do you have a secret sauce compared?
In detail, please.
Our secret sauce is that we have a deep understanding of what our users want. As we have talked to many users, and we have several years of experience testing our machine. And yeah, we are a very motivated team because we had the problem on ourselves and managed to do it to develop our prototype that is currently tested by our pilot customer just beside school and university, and therefore we are sure we will also make the next step, bringing it to the market.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done. Time's up.
Thank you.
Good. Let's move on to the next pitch, and it's called Reps Tirol. I hope I got that one right. Give it up for him. Rotkäppchen, was bringst du denn mit?
Hello.
Jetzt bin ich aber mal neugierig.
Hear me?
Okay. Ja, mach den mal bequem.
Okay.
Oh, crap. That's not going to kill us anything, right?
Okay, great.
What kind of an answer is that? That's not a definitive no, you know? I have kids.
Let's go.
Okay, I'll stand right over there.
Yes.
Enjoy.
Okay, hello everybody and good evening. I'm very happy to be here today and give you a short introduction our road energy production system. So one of the main problems we are facing right now in climate crisis is that electricity demand grows faster than the implementation of green energy converters. And our green energy converters fail in permissions, resources and or implementation areas. So right now it seems that we could lose the fight against fossil fuels. So what is REPS and how can we make a contribution to the whole situation? REPS is a mechanical energy converter that transforms lost energy from vehicles into clean electricity. So to give you a short insight in our technology, just imagine a 50 millimeter plate or plates. We integrate them into the street, and when a car or a truck drives over it, we use a very well-known mechanism called hydraulic to guide the force away from the street to our energy modules, where we transform these impulses into clean electricity. So at this process, we minimize the risk at a high level, because now we can maintain all of the components, the electronic components, the hydraulic components, and also the mechanism by themselves outside of the street. So there's also a second special thing about REPS, and the reason why you may have never heard of a road energy production system, because our well-known systems categorized in energy harvesting and called dynamo principle and piezoelectric effects do both have big disadvantages becoming an economically green energy converter for roads. So REPS is not based on these principles and therefore is very efficient and durable. So we verified our 4 years of research work, and we got the proof of our energy yield, and we also get the patent last year. Here are some numbers. For example, out of 380 streets where we fulfill the regulations here in Austria, we could generate 240 gigawatt hours yearly. That's enough energy for 68,000 households. So yeah, right now our team is facing a test road at the end of the year in a real case scenario under real conditions to get the proof. And after that, we do have some opportunities to set up our business. For example, of course it depends on the country and their regulations. But we could sell some systems, we could give some licenses, or we rent some streets and be our own electricity manufacturer. So the vision behind it, and why we are all doing this, and why I'm standing here in front of so many people, that we want to show the world that we will change the view of our currently energy production by revolutionizing energy harvesting by creating an economically green energy converter for roads. Thank you so much.
Had me scared there for a second with that thing.
I'm sorry.
No, very impressive. Nice pitch.
I have a question for my understanding.
Yes.
Don't you take out the energy from the car who is speeding across your product? So you take the energy from the car to your system. So it's kind of energy stealing.
Yeah, that's the important question of all, because not only because of our regulations in Austria, but also ethically. You only are allowed to install these modules or these plates where energy is lost anyway. It's when velocity is going down, or if the street is going down. You know, for example, at toll stations, the cars need to slow down. So there you're allowed to place these ones, because it makes no sense to place it on a constant velocity place, because then you steal the energy from the cars.
Thank you.
But how do you actually process or capture the energy with that? So
as I mentioned, with the hydraulic, we don't capture the energy. It's just a trick to maintain everything outside. So we capture the energy with these modules, and they are specially designed and not based on piezo. So not based on piezo and dynamo. And there we get the impulses. For example, if a car comes here, there are some impulses, and then we transfer these impulses to these modules. So, and then we can capture in this example, it's in form of light, but we can capture it in Speicher.
Storage.
Or in nearby applications.
In which stage are you right now? Is this already live somewhere, or?
Yes, this module is finished. We are just, so we do have the recept about it, and right now we are challenging the surface of the plate that needs to survive on streets. Because of course also on other countries they do have other weather conditions, for example 70 degrees to minus 20 degrees. So we need to figure out this country for country, but the modules are ready, and also the hydraulic system, because we are working with a partner in Tyrol, we combined already with the mechanism, and we already got measurements about it. But we are not on the streets in a retail scenario.
The prototype looks a little bit bulky, so heavy and maybe also expensive. Can you give us some insights on what's going to be the costs of a plate that you told us, and maybe if it looks like this, or is it something thinner that maybe can easier be installed?
Yeah, it's bigger. So
bigger. Okay.
We do have some of them because we capture the energy with one movement. We don't need rotation. We need more of them to get the impulse, everything of the impulse in one step. So they are bigger, they are higher, but they are away from street. And we can also implement it into the ground. And this one, a plate will cost 5,000 euro per plate. And this one right now costs like 150 euro because of the mechanism inside. The outside is just 3D printed.
And how much energy is going to be, I don't know, produced within a year or whatever? So
yeah, for
compared to the 5,000 euros initial costs?
Okay, yeah, it depends on the frequency. So like photovoltaic, the intensity of light, we need to install it where at minimum right now the research work 10,000 cars are driving or 5,000 trucks are driving daily. So and then it amortizes under 10 years. And for example, I can give you an example with 50-meter plates at the Federal Road in Wattens where I work, we could generate 200,000 kilowatt hours, for example. So that's the highest frequented road I found. It's the Salik toll station. They're driving 400 million cars daily. It's crazy. So these are also crazy numbers with 70,000 megawatt hours. yearly. But yeah,
do we have already any feedback from ASFINAG or somebody who's involved in this business?
Yeah, the thing with ASFINAG is that here in Austria, they're the only one who own the streets. So we also do have some other talks with governments in other countries. They gave us a LOE so that if ASFINAG says no, thank you, we can go to another market. But yeah, right now we try to reach ASFINAG.
Thank you very much. Time's up.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Impressive little gadget. Sweet. Let's move on to number 11, and that is Vertify. Welcome on stage to Vertify. Give it up for him. Sound alive, come on. Yeah, you'll have to earn the second one. Stage is yours whenever you're happy.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Christoph from the company Vertify. Vertify derives from the name vertigo and identify, and we are going to disrupt the entire diagnostic process concerning vertigo and dizziness. In primary care, you have to imagine every sixth patient complains about vertigo or dizziness symptoms. Usually, doctor start with an anamnesis, like asking questions, or also doing some blood pressure test, but then refer the patient to a specialist or to multiple specialists. And these specialists often refer the patient to other specialists doing expensive MRIs, brain scans, etc. And this is not only a burden for patients, this is a massive financial burden for national healthcare insurances. Vertify Med is a medical class 2 software that runs on smart devices, like smartphones or tablets, using its built-in camera to record and automatically interpret eye movements to differentiate different kinds of vertigo and dizziness. But let's have a deeper look into it. So there are two main parts, like asking or answering specific questions is essential to make a diagnosis for vertigo and dizziness. But eye movements test, this is our core part, or so-called oculomotor tests. We integrated 5 of these oculomotor tests. One of them is, for example, called gaze-evoked nystagmus test. It's like recording the patient's face, the doctor raises a finger, the patient looks up, very far up, and then a little shaking start. And this is called the nystagmus. And our camera, our machine learning system, recognizes little shakings, puts everything together, analyzes it, and within minutes, you get the ranking of different kinds of vertigo, or what's the cause behind it. You will probably ask yourself, why is this sensitive examination now possible on just a smartphone? I can tell you, if we have it not yet already, we will have probably the best mobile eye tracking worldwide, and I'm completely convinced about it, because we are not labeling hundreds or thousands of data by ourselves. We're generating millions of perfectly labeled synthetic data. We simulate basically skin colors, ethnicities, ages, glasses, lipsticks, whatever you can imagine. And that's why it works so amazingly. Giving you some sales numbers at the end, there are almost 200 million examinations in primary care in the European Union that are focused on dizziness and vertigo. We want to reach around 30,000 in the quarter in a very long run. And I think we're a highly scalable product because the hardware is already worldwide available. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who'd like to go first?
If I understand it right, it's a B2C product or a...
No, the doctor is the user of it. Yeah. The doctor uses a smart device, records the patient's face, and fulfills 5 of these oculomotor tests. It's like looking at the patient's face, recording the face, and saying, look up, and then you keep the head still and look only with the eyes up, and then eyes start to shake, for example, and this is what the machine learning system interprets it. And there are 5 of these simple tests, simple to perform, but really hard to interpret. Only experts like neurologists with years of experience, they can interpret these eyes without the smartphone, like just by looking at the little nystagmus.
You're making me nervous, Marcus. And then
Sorry,
Renato.
did I answer? Okay.
Yes.
So when I understand correct, you want to sell it pay-per-use and not in a subscription model. Why?
No, it's actually it varies a lot from market to market. So healthcare markets, they completely differ a lot. And actually, first we thought about our own market entry, and it will be probably in the European Union and some markets. But there are already two big companies, one really big giant and another big company, that are really interested in the distribution. So they would just white label our product, use it potentially exclusively in some distinct countries, and they roll it out. This is what's happened in the last months. Conversation with them. Yeah.
How do you intend to crack open that sector? It's a particularly hard one.
I think we work really with the creme de la creme of vertigo experts worldwide, because there is the Vertigo and Dizziness Center in Munich, and there's Professor Strupp. Everyone knows him in this area. Even when we talk to Brazil or Argentina, everyone knows Professor Strupp because he has invented some glasses and stuff like this. And he is like, now we're talking with him, and every week we have approximately one meeting, and he gives us the latest input that's available, because it's really hard to diagnose different kinds of vertigo. You have, like, just to name it, benign paroxysmal positional vertigo, or vestibular migraine, or neuritis vestibularis. There are so many diagnoses. And with him as a leader, he's really a key opinion leader, and he drives it completely.
Okay, I got it. So you're really at the core of it.
Completely, and that's why some companies, some big companies, are already in contact with us, and they prefer like distribution on a white label basis. Both of them.
Have you talked to doctors already that should use your solutions, or what's the feedback of them? So far, I know they've got not too much time. They try to avoid any difficult words. I don't know, send you to experts, give you some Überweisung maybe. But so what's the feedback of them?
Absolutely.
Why should they use your solution?
That's the perfect, because we started the company 4 years ago, and then we got like all these fundings from Austria, from the government. But at the beginning, we talked to some Hausärzte, to general practitioners. And Hausärzte, Kassenärzte in Austria, they don't care about it, because they just have about 4.5 minutes per patient a day, that they have by average 52 patients per day, and every 6th complains about vertigo. So they are not so interested, but private physicians, they love it. They would have paid 4 years ago already for this.
So these are your target
This
customers.
is the first entry. We are talking also to national healthcare insurances. And if they provide it, because they save approximately 40 to 45% for the diagnostic process, so they could benefit financially, especially from it. And that's important for national healthcare insurances, I think, yeah.
Do you have any patents or something?
We have 2 patents. One is already published. That is, we had there already the PCT phase. So it's for Europe, USA, China, and in the last minute we also applied for India, because there are some companies interested in licensing our technology for India.
Nice. Minute 20.
What are the patents do?
Okay, here I'm not the full expert as our CTO, better. But one of them is published, but it's basically also how we generate the data. And these are not patents, because many startups have patents, and I'm not a fan of patents actually, but these are, I would say, really strong patents, which gives us a protection. But we have other protections, like we have a huge data set. It's really hard to copy this. And of course, we have Professor Strupp, who I mentioned, who has the latest consensus documents. He works with the experts in Madrid at the Barony Society. They define always the latest decisions and consensus documents for diagnosing vertigo and dizziness.
Thank you. 30 seconds if you like.
Anything about the team?
Yeah, we are about 8 to 10 people. and have some, so that's the internal team who is working on it, and we have, of course, like external supporters like Professor Strupp and so on.
Okay.
Oh, there's still the slides, sorry.
Great. 7 seconds to go. If you want to show us anything else.
No, that's it.
Marvelous. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Probably Sam Altman is going to call him as well. So you examine eyeballs. A nerd joke. Anyhow, 12 down. No, 11 down. Let's move on to number 12, and that's Speedpox. Hello. Verehrung. So, whenever you're ready, stage is yours.
This is a scene from our everyday life. But could you imagine a world without cars, bikes, airplanes, and even your smartphone? All of these things wouldn't exist without epoxy resins, because they are a very important class of engineering plastics. However, when it comes to the production of these materials in industry, there are currently two major problems. The first one is you buy two separate containers and you need to mix them. And as soon as they're mixed, you're under time pressure because you only have a very limited processing window. And you also need to pay attention because some of these hardeners might be irritating to your skin. The second big problem is the material then needs to transfer from a liquid to the solid state. And in order to do that, you need an oven. So this is an oven, it's huge and it's really used in industry. And the material needs to stay inside for 13 hours at 180 centigrade. And I think it's obvious that it's very time consuming, also in times of rising energy prices, super expensive and also a complex process. But all of that is going to change with Speedpox because we have a worldwide unique and patented process. We have a pre-mixed one component epoxy resin. You can fill it in the mold, as you can see on the picture. And you can decide when it will start to harden. That's very unique. And when you do so, you can decide either use a UV impulse or heat. You start at one point, as you see on the blue second picture. And from there on, it will automatically cure and spread in a wave. And the material will cure on its own. And by that, we can save 99% of energy and time. And we also reach much higher bio-based content than any other resin on the market. We are tackling a $20 billion market, and our business model is based on 3 pillars. The first one is non-recurring engineering projects. We made 150K of revenue till date from these projects. Our central pillar is the production and distribution of these one-component epoxy systems. And later on, we're also thinking of do-it-yourself solutions, for example, a repair tape. I'm Daniel. I'm the CEO and founder of Speedpox. I have a background in polymer chemistry and went through different incubator startup camps. We also have Raphael, our CEO, and Alex, our CTO. They both graduated from TU Wien. That's also where we met, and we were working together for several years. And we are complemented by Simon, who has a background in business law and economics, and who was also our first investor. And now it's your turn. We're currently raising our seed round and looking for 1 to 2 million of investment. And we're also looking especially for customers from the electronics industry. So please reach out to me after my pitch or visit our website, speedpox.com. And also, please don't forget to vote for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who's going first? So you were equal, so Renate will start with you.
Where are you with the product development? So is this already ready for the market?
Yeah, it is. So we can tackle a lot of different applications, for example, building and construction, electronics, as I mentioned, and also, for example, pipe rehabilitation in the buildings industry. And right now we have developed our first products, and now we want to bring them to market. And our first products will be in the electronics industry. That's why we're looking for pilot customers on this market.
Okay. Thank you. Marcus, you were equally fast.
I apologize, but I didn't get what you sell.
Yeah.
Do you sell a machine or do you sell...
We sell a material, so this resin.
A material?
Yeah.
Okay.
You will get a container of liquid resin that you can cure without an oven.
Okay. And your target group will then change to this product forever, or
yes,
do they sometimes take your product and sometimes the old-fashioned way of product?
Yeah, sometimes they can also switch to the old products, which is an advantage because some customers don't want to change the whole production line. So for us, it's easier to enter these markets. And so, yeah, it really depends on the process. But either you can also use UV or you can also use temperature. So for example, some customers already have the oven there and they have a huge investment for that, so we can also provide a solution where they can keep the ovens and just be much more faster and efficient in the end.
Thank you.
You already have proof of concept, right?
Yeah,
you
sure.
mentioned.
Yeah.
And how long do they take? Because when you mentioned the production line, how long does a proof of concept take then? In the beginning. So how long are you proving?
So it was 8 years of research at the Technical University in Vienna. And for us, we need some kind of adaptation for the product. So this takes roughly a few months for each customer. And then our scaling mostly happens within the customer. So the customers initially, for example, buy 100 kilograms, then later 1 ton, 10 tons, because they also need to prove the material and to adapt it to the processes. Yeah.
Thank you. 3 minutes. Yep,
Did
please.
I mention already that like the FFG logo? No.
Yeah.
So, maybe can you give us some insights on your marketing strategy? So in the long run, you're tackling the big clients directly, or do you going to sell via distributors?
Yeah.
Or what is your plan on that? Because I guess global marketing would be quite expensive.
Yeah. We also got even a request from the US currently. And our strategy is, of course, to reach our customers via trade fairs. But we also have a lot of distributors that are interested in the technology and that already approached us and they would like to sell our product. So we will have both strategies, direct sales and also via distributors.
Maybe some terms of figures on revenue. How much revenue do you do already,
Yeah.
apart from the 150K on the left side?
Yeah, now it was 150K for the pilot studies and the pilot projects. And now we're directly on the border, crossing the border towards recurring revenues. So we have roughly 20, 30K from that.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
What is your expectation? Do you convert your customers by 100% of their production line in this area, or is your expectation that you take half of their production in this resin?
Yeah, it depends on the customer. So for some customers, we could even provide the whole solution. You know, they have different, for example, they have an adhesive, then they want to encapsulate the adhesive, so they could change the whole process. And other ones just want to change like a single step in the production.
The question goes in that direction that maybe there is a product where your solution doesn't fit. And is it like this, or does it always fit for all?
It doesn't always fit. That's why we also sometimes need to put additional developments there. And also some markets are not attractive enough in the beginning for us. For example, building and construction is very price sensitive. And we can just reach that in a few years when we scale the technology. Because now it's rather expensive, we use materials. And that's why we tackle the high-tech market like electronics. And later on then with scaling, we can also provide more price sensitive markets.
But there is no chemical reason why your product doesn't fit?
No.
Okay.
Renate, then Pascal.
Let's talk competitors. Who else is out there?
Yeah.
45 seconds.
So there are a lot of competitors, also big ones. And what we combine and makes us unique is the fast curing speed together with the long pot life. So you can process the material for a very long time and then cure it instantly. And of course, we are also competing with traditional plastics. So epoxy are just one of these category. You can see it in the middle. They're like the best choice between price and performance. But of course, for example, polyurethanes are also a solution that other customers can use.
Quick one.
Are you producing your material on yourself or on a manufacturer?
Yeah.
Yourself.
So currently we're producing it ourselves. That's also our plan. But we have the option also if we require very fast scaling, we can also approach contract manufacturers to do that. Yeah.
Marvelous. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before you all run away, because we're going to have a break, is one very important part, because we have a community voting. And if you have an opinion, which I thoroughly hope, there you go, all the smartphones up. Yes, just scan it, you know what to do. Anyhow, scan this, that's a QR code, nothing bad happens. If that doesn't work, go here. And please do express your opinion, who has deserved to win the community award. Once you've done that, go away and make sure to come back at 5:30, which is in 27 minutes. I'm half German, so be on time. Thank you very much. See you shortly. Thank you.
Sweet. Oh, good to have you back. Remember what we said about the applauding part? Thank you very much. That's heartfelt. Now just do take a seat. Take a seat. Lovely. Take your time. It's like an aeroplanes, right? Where people kind of are still rearranging their bags and you're like, come on, sit down. I want to get home. Good. Yeah, take your time. Take a seat. Take a seat. Take a seat. Good. Because what we like to do is we would like to see who has won the community awards. Award, singular. And I hope you've all voted, because you know if you don't vote, crazy shit happens. Don't believe me? Just Trump. Yeah, anyhow. I hope I did. Did I say that loud? Yeah, that happens all the time. That's weird. But just like, please, whenever you get a chance to vote, please vote. Or, yep, just vote. Don't let the crazies do that for you. Speaking of which, shall we find out who the community award winner is? Ooh, I like that. Let's see. The fun thing is, I actually don't know yet. Because it's kind of currently being assessed. But I think... Oh, you got something. Oh, lovely. Let's have a look. I like that. Let's see. That's nice. It says community winner on it. That's awesome. Let's see. Do you want to find out? So what we'll do is, I kind of like atmosphere. What I'll do is when I raise my hands like that, I want you to stamp your feet. And when I do like this, you stop. Okay, let's try it out. Way too soft. I mean, come on, it's not democracy. I'm here like dictator. That's the right wing. It's always the right wing causing problems. Let's try again. We'll get there. We'll get there. So let's find out. And the community winner is Biomotion. Congratulations, Biomotion. Naturally speaking, at the very back, Sunshine, good to see you again. Hey there. How you doing?
Awesome, thank you very much.
So, stop. You know, normally you say, how do you feel and what's going to happen? But tell me just like from the inside, how does it feel that you see an audience says, we think you're the best?
Feels fucking amazing. Thank you very much for this.
I like that very much, and this is what we give them, right? Yes, it is. Good. That's the part where I get nervous. This is also what you've won. You can have a look inside. Now you can give me the microphone back. And here's one loud round of applause for our community winner. Congratulations, Biomotion! Sweet. I like that. Well chosen, but I'm not biased. Sweet. Now, let's move on to the actual Startup World Cup Austria winner. And for this, I'd like to get an old friend on stage. You're not old, but I've known you for a long time. Anyhow, let's not talk around canvas. I'm so happy to have you on stage. Come along, my friend. And you are...
haven't never seen you in a suit before.
Actually, I had a shooting before, and that's why I have a suit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on a suit. Don't worry. Yeah.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Just, I mean, they all know who you are and what you do, but just tell them who you are and what you do.
Yeah, so it's the third time we're now hosting the Startup World Cup Austria by Austrian Startups and invest.austria. So great to have you back here again, because it's the world's most important pitch competition for startups, and it's very important, you know, to get the community here during the ViennaUp. So applause to you, to the audience, that you are like also here. So just an applause for yourself. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sweet. And you have a winner to announce, right?
Yes.
Do you want to do it like with drama or rather like...
We can do it with drama, but you have the lead.
I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll do that. Let's see. Let's see if you've practiced. Let's go. And the winner of the Startup World Cup Austria 2023 is...
And I think it's deserved. It's Rebuild. Come on stage.
First of all, congratulations. Thanks a lot. Tell us.
Wow, what can I say? Thanks to the jury, obviously. Thanks to the amazing Rebuild team that's here, that's working very, very hard every day, having fun together and building this thing. Yeah, and obviously we're glad to go to Silicon Valley and talk a little bit about revolutionizing the US construction industry as well. Thanks a lot.
Well done. And here is your cup. Dankeschön. Now, thank you very much, Canvas. Thank you very much. Now,
No, okay.
Your journey is just starting, and for that, I'll have to keep you here on stage for a couple of minutes. Don't worry, it's not going to be awkward anything-ish. But we just talked about the journey part, and if you'd like to come over here a little bit, there's a short video we have that's going to show you what your next journey is going to entail. Let's roll.
Amazing.
Now think of dramatic pictures, amazing, captivating sound.
Grüß Gott and good evening here from San Francisco.
And Servus from New York. First of all, congratulations to the winner of the Startup World Cup Austria 2023.
We are so very excited to be part of your journey when you join our Go USA 2023 program this fall, either in San Francisco, Austin, or Boston.
This year, we are marking the 13th year of accelerating Austrian startups in the United States, and more than 200 startups ran through our programs, with many having raised funds, built strong networks, and set up shop from the east to the west coast.
This newly designed Go USA program gives now up to 20 Austrian startups the possibility to participate in a compact landing zone program that is specifically designed to accelerate your new market entry as well as your scaling efforts. The founders will work intensely with expert mentors, refine their pitches, test their US product market fit, and will be challenged continuously by our investors, customers, and partners alike.
And all of this in 3 of the hottest startup ecosystems in the US: Austin, Boston, and San Francisco. In Boston, we focus on medtech and digital health startups. In Austin, on sustainability and impact tech. In Silicon Valley, on software, deep tech, and Web 3.0.
Only last week, our expert judges listened and challenged more than 50 pitches from Austrian founders within 3 days. And tonight, we are very, very excited to present you on the next slide the Go USA 2023 cohort. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you that were selected, and we can't wait to finally see you here in Austin, Boston, or in San Francisco. Have a wonderful night.
Well, congratulations, and you're also part of that cohort. And
Wow,
let's
amazing.
have a look at all the other ones whom you'll be joining there. And to be honest, just to be fair spots, look at them in awe and applaud to them, because they're going to be the ones who are going to bring the newest innovation, not just to the US, but also back. They'll feel it. Give the round of applause to all of them, including... I like the music. It makes it sound quite dramatic, doesn't it? Including Hello Sophia, who were pitching here actually also last year. That's fantastic. Now, we're not done yet, however, because you might want to stand here again. Do you want to keep your cup over there? Do you want to hold it?
I'll just leave it over there.
Yeah, okay, but don't lose it. It's
There are enough members
hard
here.
work earning one of those, as you showed us. Because we have another award. And for that, I'd like to get you, Werner, on stage. Don't worry, we have time.
Oh, no.
You see, it takes a lot of love and dedication also from people like the FFG in supporting their startups. And they're willing to go above and beyond the call of duty. Jesus. So wait. I'll help you on that one.
Oh,
Shall I hold it?
Yeah, please. So our services are for free, so we just can't give you any FFG service because hopefully you get the grant from our side. But I've got 5 vouchers from Markt.at, another great Austrian startup that maybe during your hard work you can also have the sustainable nutrition.
Thanks a lot. We're a very hungry group of people.
Thank you. Now, don't go far. Wait. Because we also need a picture together. You're taking the pictures, right? Oh. Marvelous. Now, look forward, look happy. And there you go. And once we have a picture... Nah, it didn't work.
4 feet.
You happy? Thank you very much. Congratulations. No, you stay. Thank you very much, Werner. Yeah, that's why we have the tables. They'll be packed at the end of the day. Pascal, we'd like to have you join us as well, because Microsoft also has a little something. So, amazing taste in shoes, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, pleasure. Here you go. Just saying.
So
sorry. Focus.
Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you, Pascal.
It's really nice. And yeah, we as Microsoft also, basically the first one you already got. Yeah. The $150,000 in credits. But also what I want to say is that we invite you and the whole team to us in our office, where we'll have a whole day of event of teaching, where we specialize on cloud solution architects in the infrastructure area, in the SaaS area, and also in the AI area. We also have some feedback session, marketing strategies, sales strategies. So I'm looking forward to see you in the office.
Amazing. Thank you, Pascal.
You're welcome.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Are they your team? The guys nodding?
Yeah, that's our CTO. That's why I was pointing to him
and he was
when Pascal was coming on the stage.
I thought he had some technical background, was part of your team. Like, you can see you were appreciating that. Good. No. But I like the way he looked at you and you were going like... It was obvious that there was an energy going on. You were like, yeah, that's good stuff. And if he nods, you're happy. Good. Let's see the next prize. And that's Claudia is going to join us. Right this way, please. Take your time. Nah, you don't worry. But it was just, I like the action and the energy. Do I look like a nerd to you? No, let's go. Mano a mano, brother.
First of all, congratulations from
Thank you.
myself and the A1 team. So every digital solution needs maybe a cloud, maybe an European cloud in future. So this is your entry start point for the Exascale cloud. If you need more, just let me know. And I would also like to invite you to talks with us, because we are always looking for business solutions, especially construction areas, quite important for us. So please reach out to me and have
Thanks
a lot of fun in US.
Thank you very much. You got the picture? No, wait. We didn't get a picture. I was so taken away by your shoes.
But I got a picture with Pascal at the pre-event.
Yeah, maybe Pascal wants to have a nice picture with you on stage.
Okay,
Thank you. Come on, Pascal. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's... I'm sorry. We'll do that. We'll talk about the shoes before the event. Perfect. Now, but you can stay straight away. Oh, Vienna, don't go far, because I need to have the whole jury on stage right now. No, seriously, I need to have the whole jury join me on stage now. for one last picture. I'm so sorry, because we want to have one complete picture. Please also join me, Marcus and Renate, because we'll have one big picture with you and all that. I'm so sorry. Now you know how it happened. Now go over there. You might want to take this beauty now for the time being. Look, you might want to hold this one. It's good for pictures and stuff. Good. Now look in the I'm so sorry. At least we're all happy. Look that way and give our winner one last big applause, please. Thank you very much. Well done. Now, I'd like to still keep you. I'd like to thank the jury for their hard work. Thank you, because we are not done yet. We still got more.
Wow.
Yes, big day. Good that you're not flying anymore tonight. You'll have all that stuff to put into a plane. Christoph Strasser, where are you? There you are. You've also brought us something of 42 Law.
Hey, Christoph.
Hello. Welcome, Christoph, on stage, please.
Well, congratulations. Hi, I'm Chris of 42 Law. We've been advising startups in Austria for the past 10 years, worked with all the relevant companies, I think, as legal advisors. And today I'm honored to tell Paul that we'll be supporting him with whatever comes up legally, and give you a voucher for 3,000 euros in our legal services. Really looking forward. Well-deserved, very impressive pitch. And yeah, big applause for him.
Thank you, Christoph.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Take a picture together. Don't run away, but picture. It's always award picture. That way. Thank you very much. And we're still not done.
Wow.
Andreas Mühlbacher, where are you? There you are. Of Infineon, you've also brought us something. It's like Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah, wow. I mean, my Christmas was not this nice. I mean, these are more presents.
Yeah, congratulations also from my side. Infineon is Europe's largest semiconductor company, headquartered in Munich. We have our headquarters in Villach in Carinthia. That's not of so much help for you, but we also have an event center here in Vienna, in the heart of the city at Karlsplatz, and we offer you 1 free day of customer workshop, internal workshop, whatever. Use our event center and take it free of charge and prepare for the US.
Wow, that's really cool. We already have an idea for that. Thanks a lot.
And a picture straight ahead. With handshake. That's very professional.
We have to switch it up for new pictures.
I like that. Thank you. And we have another one. Come back here. We're not done yet. It's hard to be a winner, isn't it? Markus Weiss, there you are. Say hi to Marcus. Servus.
First of all, congratulations. Excellent pitch.
Thanks a lot.
I'm here for Minted. Minted is specializing in consulting services to help startups get funding, especially specializing on public grants and other services related to financial consulting. And we're offering you a consulting package with an exclusive consulting service around a full 360-degree view of your company and the roadmap you will have in front of you and what finance services you could need in that form.
Wow, that's really cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
And look ahead. Well done. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, we're good teamwork now. We're getting used to this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because we're not quite done yet, because there's one more award, and it's actually from Invest Austria and Austrian Startups. And for that, I'd like to get Hannah and Daniela again back on stage. And there you go. I'll give you a microphone. Hello, Hannah. Hi.
Yes, and we also want to congratulate you. And what have we?
Yeah, we want to support your travel to the US. Make sure you make it there on time and in budget. So we will support your travel costs.
Wow, thanks.
With a travel voucher, 1,500.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's going to help.
Perfect. And now I'd like you to stand in the middle of the two ladies. And We'll have one last picture, and you look ahead and give it up for our winner one more time. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Hannah, Daniela, I still need to keep you on stage. We're done? No, you can go. I've had enough of you. Thank you very much. That's... Oh, wait. One last picture with the Pokal? Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, one last picture with the Pokal. It's the cup, I think. Just him.
Should I do it like Champions League style?
Go for it. Just don't hurt yourself. Thank you very much. Well done. Yeah. And let me just hand over the stage back to the two of you. That was fun. Yeah. Stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for participating, all of you. And I think we had great startups. And it was really a tough decision. And also, I want to thank all the sponsors we had, because without you, it would not have been possible for us as organizations to make all this happen and organize it. So, thank you again to WKÖ Gründerservice, Außenwirtschaft and Go International, FFG and Microsoft, Vienna Business Agency, EY, AI, ANS, Infineon, Minted, 42 Law, Meeting Destination Vienna, and our local partners, MCI, Startrampe, Tech2B, Startup Tirol, Unicorn. Thank you very much.
Thank you again as well to all the startups that pitched. I was really impressed also by how much even better your pitches were today than in the pre-events. Already there, I was impressed. But before we let you get out, go to network, have some drinks, and make use of all of these amazing people that are also in the crowd today, I want to give the biggest applause and the biggest thank you of the evening to the amazing Austrian Startups and Invest Austria team who made this evening possible. Please give it up for Nida, Caro, Ipek, Steffi, Verena, Mert, Anna und Miriam, and to our two amazing moderators of today, Danny and Maggie. Please, your biggest round of applause. And Luisa, who makes amazing pictures today. Everyone, I think we can let you to get your drinks and to go networking. For the team, please come on stage so we can take one more team picture. Thank you so much for the evening. Have a beautiful rest of the day.